Hello everybody, welcome to episode 250 of Nintendo Pow Block. I am your host, Corey Dirrig, and alongside me, as always, since the very beginning, is that retro code, Eddie V.
Hello everybody.
It's Ed's fault that I'm hosting tonight, guys. I know a lot of people are used to Ed hosting, especially the last few months, but so just to give everybody a little bit of a heads up, we are recording this early. We're recording it live because I kind of want to get some input feedback from the chat. This isn't going live on feeds until I want to say probably the Sunday of E3, because that Monday is going to be our live episode 250 with everybody probably talking about the Nintendo Direct and stuff like that. So E3 hasn't happened yet by the time we're recording this. It's close, but
Yes.
Basically what we're going to do is probably talk for about 45 minutes to an hour, like a retrospective of Pow Block and Boss Rush Network and everything, and then kind of what we're aiming to do in the future a little bit. We always say that Boss Rush Podcast is our flagship show, but Nintendo Pow Block is, honestly, it's our biggest show on the network, and it's kind of the heart and soul of the network. It's the what do you want to call it, Ed? The beginnings, the
beginning, the beta, the daddy of them all. Just like, this is kind of like the birthplace of not just only Nintendo Pow Block when Boss Rush, but kind of like the beginning of our friendship.
I mean, it was the beginning of our friendship. I asked you to do a Nintendo show with me, and you showed up, and we started doing it, like with Adrian and Kyle, and then on to a few other people. And we've had rotating guests in. We've had multiple third chairs. Now it's, we've got a bunch of people that we can rotate in and out. Dan and David are a pretty permanent part of the panel, I would say. Jacob Galutrad, follow him on Twitch. He produces the live show sometimes, and he sits in on the show. He's doing his thing. It's crazy, man. Like, I went back to like the DNA pages that we were that when the show started, and it was just like, dude, we've come a long way. As hosts, as personalities, as people. I gotta tell you, it's I think about, before you go, I think about this show often, and I think about us often. And for people that don't know, Ed and I have probably 2 or 3 meetings a week during my lunch break. We call each other and talk about stuff and what's going on, or just trying to work through some stuff mentally, or prepping stuff for shows. And like, because we don't really podcast a lot together anymore, because Ed's has been hosting Pow Block, and I've been needed other places, which I'm going to try to be on Pow Block from now on. Again, I just we needed Arsenal X off the ground. We tried a new show in standard def that didn't really work out. We moved Boss Rush to Sunday nights, right, because of just kids and crazy schedules and that kind of stuff. But Pow Block, even though it's weird, it's not that my love of Nintendo is gone. It's just like the games I'm playing have shifted other places, right? Like Destiny isn't on Switch, so I play a lot of Destiny. I'm kind of waiting for the next big game for Nintendo for me, which is going to be Mario Golf. I'm just going to say it right here, guys. Mario Golf. It's not leaving my system. But yeah, I was looking at the DNA channels that the show started on, Ed, and it's just like, I know the shows were bad, right? Like from a listening perspective and stuff, and you could tell we didn't really know each other. You can tell like that I didn't really host podcasts. I didn't really, do that sort of thing, right? Especially in an online space, right? I was doing a podcast at the time with my friends like together at a table
Right.
with 4 microphones and a laptop capturing the audio and a real camera videotaping us, right? Like we were doing that type of stuff. And
Yes.
when we started doing that, and like Nerds Gone Rogue started, and then we wanted to do a Nintendo podcast, right? Like we met literally in the Nintendo voice chat Facebook group.
Yes.
Right? And man, Ed, this was this show means a lot to both of us, I think. Not just in terms of creating content online and just doing that kind of stuff and kind of what Boss Rush has become, but it means a lot to me because of our friendship. And I tweeted out the other day that, you know, the appreciation post for you, just because we had this conversation, I think, at some point, that I think you are the reason I still do this. You are the reason I still do this. If it wasn't for you, in the way that, you know, some things happened with older groups, and we don't need to retread that story.
Yeah.
If you wanna listen to that story, it's probably somewhere. I don't know if I would really be doing this right now, especially with 2 kids and you know, my wife and other priorities and stuff. But you really kept me in this space, especially after the first 6 months of the other things that happened, like that. You know, it's this show. This show has kept me happy, I guess, is creative and fulfilled, even though I haven't really been on it a lot in the last couple months. But how do you feel about Pow Block right now, Ed? How are you? How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm feeling mentally good, I should say that, and fix the jumping around and being positive. I can say this, like, before I get into the present, looking back at the past, I remember even before meeting you and everything, and finding out a Nintendo community. I pretty much was doing a lot of stuff on my own, and I met some other friends of mine who kind of got me into podcasting. And then, probably when you was doing DNA, I think probably sometime before that, I was doing Ustream with Optional Opinion. And so I didn't know what were the proper channels or the things to do for a podcast. I just learned on how to get a mic, get a mixer, and just speak. I had no notice of setting up a show or having topics, but like, what the heck I'm gonna talk, researching, didn't do none of that or anything. And I think over time, before I met you, I'm like, okay, this is how I get to learn to make a show better. My friend kind of helped me out, so I think, you know, I kind of want to thank the Anomalous Radio Network for kind of helping me prepare for what I am now today with you. In a sense. And like when I met you on DNA, where after Nintendo voice chat, you know, I told you I bought a shirt from you. I was like tuning in the shows and I was messaging you, and then when you asked me, I was just like, Nintendo's my favorite company. Of course I would do a podcast with you, because at that time I'm like, I wasn't going nowhere. I had all the free time in the world to talk about all things Nintendo. Like, I talked about gaming, and then we met, we sat down, and it was just like, let's see how this goes. And out of the bat, the moment we talked about the Breath of the Wild trailer, it felt like we knew each other for years.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was our very first episode together. Was that?
Yeah.
June 21st, 2016 was our very first episode post. We had done a couple video ones before then, but yeah, that, man, dude, Wow.
And throughout the years, it was just like, because a lot of people don't know that there were times that I was being opinionated about the stuff, and everybody was kind of coming to you saying about what I was saying, and I was just like, I just think it's something this and something that, and me and you, we had a talk, and you defended me on some things, and I apologize to you for some things. To be like, hey, like I said, it's been a roller coaster. We had our ups and downs.
It's been a it's been a crazy ride, but I want to say one thing is like, there's some things that I defended you on. There's also some things I should have defended you on that I didn't on some way back in the day. But the fact of the matter is like, when I said this the other day, it was like, I don't care if Boss Rush grows to 100 people or if everybody quits and it's just you and me. I won't do this without you, right? Like, I won't. And I don't care what people are saying. I don't care if people are telling you to quit because of me, or me to quit because of you, or telling me to fire you, or you fire me, or whatever. I'm not doing this without you, right? Like, it's been that, right? And like, it's been you and me since the beginning, and I'm not gonna not do this without you, right?
Right, and I said the same thing about you. Like, if you leave, I'm gone, because I'm not doing this without you. And I think because of why this relates to Nintendo Pow Block so much is because we came together to talk about Nintendo, but then when we got off, when the show was over, we were still talking. And even not about Nintendo. We were talking about our lives.
I mean, sometimes I just felt like we forgot we were recording a podcast and we were just talk for 3 hours about this stuff. And it's like...
Exactly.
Dude, okay, so... look, we started doing the show when the Wii U was like... I guess I was going to say popular, but we know that's not true. Was Nintendo's main console, right? We were doing episodes when Paper Mario Color Splash and like that really bad Mario Tennis game were the main games they had out for the fall. Like, that's man.
But then it's just like, we was still, people are surprised that we were still talking about Nintendo in
how many people asked
in a good light?
How many people? Okay. I mean, yeah, people were listening because Nintendo, right? And like, Nintendo wasn't popular, so we had a pretty hardcore fan base, I guess, for us. Like, it was pretty small, but it was a lot of people, the same people listening, right? But there were people that would message us and be like, why are you doing a Nintendo podcast? Nintendo's going third party. Nintendo's doing this. They're exiting hardware. And it's like, you can still have a Nintendo podcast. There's people out there that do Ubisoft podcasts, or you know what I mean? Like, it's not just
a dedicated podcast.
Yeah.
And the funny thing about it was just like, we talking about Nintendo and whether it's a positive or negative, like wherever people want to see it. Every time there was a direct, we was watching it, reacting, and people were seeing how hype we was getting. People, the way just Iwata or Miyamoto or like our E3s and stuff like that, like, people were watching us. People were getting the content, the work that you was putting out through the video. People started seeing our compassion.
Yeah.
And our nerdiness. And that's kind of what related to now, is that it's always been there. Is that we have compassion for Nintendo, just like we have compassion for other things in gaming and stuff. But like with Nintendo, we have that compassion and that nerd out thing. When something wacky or weird, like, literally go back to the episode when there's a Nintendo Direct when they announced Doom. Doom, the 2016 game, was coming to Switch. and I had to leave to go to a Milwaukee concert. I hit Corey up in the quickness, and we did a show, and we were just like Corey, what in the world is Nintendo? Like, we was astounded about what was going on, and it was just like, this is the natural nerdy compassionate reactions we was having. Like, if I didn't have to go to that concert in Milwaukee, we probably would have podcast for almost 2.5 hours.
Dude, we would have
just by the director.
Yeah. Oh, dude, I remember that. You're like, I gotta go, but if you're still up, we'll record when I get home. I'm like,
yeah,
I'm not going to be up at 3:00 in the morning. I'm sorry.
Right. And the thing about it that people don't know was that this is when Switch was being talked about, where they're not going to have no games.
Project NX.
Exactly. Nobody was going to support them. And you see from 2017 up to now, they're still surprising us with games coming out. We still look at a Nintendo Direct and be like, wait a minute, they're doing what? Like wow. And it's just like, when we come together and talk about it, it's just like, and this is for any kind of show, that when people come together and talk about games, they get hyped and it feels natural. And I think when me and you podcast throughout all of those years, everything has been natural. Everything has been fun. We come together and do a list, and we would like literally laugh at each other because we would have our list would almost be the same, but it's just in different places. It's that, I guess it's that kind of friendship for us to do 250 episodes. God, you know, some of
250 years. If we become androids and like,
yeah. Welcome
to Nintendo Pow Block episode 6,042. I don't know.
But it's always resonated with me that when I do Pow Block, definitely when I do it with you, or if I just do it with Dan, David, or anybody, like we could have a 2-man show for a time being if need. So it's always remember to have fun. Mm-hmm. It's always, and we could talk different. We could be critical of Nintendo, and we have, but it's always make the conversation feel fun and genuine. Mm-hmm. And that's what we've been doing for years.
Yeah, and man, I'm looking at some of these old shows and like the old backgrounds, or like when we were using Google Hangouts instead of Skype and like OBS and stuff, and like when I would go to edit the show, it would just be like the purple border with the old Pow Block graffiti logo that we used to have. It was just like, oh my gosh, what was I thinking? Ed, why didn't you stop me?
Look, we were using what we had during that time. Technology evolved, and I'm gonna leave it at that, because I messaged you a couple of days ago about I'm like, man, I'm watching our 2019 E3 coverage for Nintendo Pow Block, and it was just like, when it was just me and you doing it and watching the whole thing being excited, and then just us talking about Breath of the Wild 2. And then when you talked about, I put in a message that you mentioned the Souls of the Champions. Now thinking of like Hyrule Warriors, I'm like, dang it, now we could have another like theory discussion about what Breath of the Wild 2 could be. And I think that's the kind of fun that me and you have for it. And it's not a knock against anybody, but like in past episodes, that was the thing when we would do theory episodes.
We'd go in with like this whole list of things to talk about, right? Like show notes. I'd text it to you in our Facebook chat or whatever, and then we'd like literally about 10 minutes in, we just throw them out and just start talking, right? Like, I mean, yeah, I know.
I have literally derailed a lot of conversations.
Derailed, dude. We've derailed whole shows, and then we'd have to like re-record shows because we didn't even talk about what we were supposed to talk about. And like, that's when we started doing Pow Block twice a week at one point, because like one would be like, okay, the second episode of the week has to be the news that we were going to talk about in the first episode. But the first episode will be listener questions and just tangents, right? and we did that for a while, right? We did 2 episodes for like 6 months, I think, a week.
Yeah.
So, man.
Dude, remember there were signs that we didn't even have an episode. In the moment, we were just like, hello, everybody. Welcome to Nintendo Pow Block. Ed, how you doing? I'm doing fine. I'm just playing this game. I'm like, oh, you are?
Yeah. I mean, we used to...
And just go in.
We used to record and just play, like, we would literally be playing, Wii U or 3DS at the time, while we were recording episodes. Like, if you go back to, like, those, probably, like, the first 20 or 30 episodes, which... I don't know why they didn't transfer over to Anchor. I'm working on that. I'm working on getting all of our old content, even though it's pretty bad, to get on there at some point. But, like, if you go back to those first 20 or 30 episodes, you can hear, like, clickety-clack of sticks and, you know, like, probably someone's 3DS hinge breaking off or something. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you can hear that stuff, and it's, man, we used to do so many things just like so unprofessionally and so like anybody listening to a podcast would be like, oh my gosh, why is there so many noises in the background? And it's like, well, you know, we were just excited.
And that, I think that's what made the show natural in a sense, because it's just like the most random stuff would happen. You know, Google Hangouts did not like me at all.
No.
And the thing, Corey could tell you as many times we how many
episodes of Pow Block or Nerds Gone Rogue did we have to cut, like, probably 15 or 20 minutes out because Google Hangouts just like hated you, and then we had to just like stop that recording, download the video, and then start a new recording just so your microphone would work. It was so bad.
It wasn't the microphone, it was the camera. If it wasn't the camera, it's somehow the internet. And the thing with Google Hangouts is, what was weird was that at one point I still had, and I still to this day, I had an Ethernet in my computer to make sure that everything runs smooth.
Yeah,
and Google Hangouts.
Look, we know you're still running off of AOL demo discs. Okay, like, I mean, it's
I'm not doing that.
Sometimes when you sign off Skype, I'm expecting a door slam, like on Instant Messenger or something. But man, Ed, this show, and like I know around episode, what was it, 200, 220, when you started taking over the show, because I was gonna go try to help boost Arsenal X's numbers, and kind of Jesse and I were going to make that show, you know, just because nobody was like wanting to talk about Xbox except for Jesse, and like I like my Xbox, right?
Same here.
I mean, it's where I play most of my games, honestly, at this point. And by most of my games, I mean I play Destiny and Gears of War sometimes, and Outriders. That's what my Xbox is for. But we were trying to do that, and we were trying to do so many different things that ended up not working, or, you know, people just left, or we wanted to try something new. And I still feel bad about that show too. Like, I messaged Jesse, I was like, hey, what are you doing about Arsenal X this weekend? And, you know, scheduling stuff, it's been it's probably not going to work out this weekend, but I will never love a show like this one. And when I left, well, didn't leave, I stepped down as host, it like as much as I knew that I hadn't been playing my Switch because of, you know, Tower Casuals had started, and you know, I needed to keep up with Destiny. I needed to kind of help out Arsenal X, and you know, we had a good crew on Arsenal X for a while there too. And as much as I felt like I was needed there, it like really killed me to give up Pow Block, even though like I knew like I wasn't really doing the show justice by not playing my Switch, if it makes sense. At least that's what it felt like in my head. And I mean, I know like you probably should have been hosting the show for a long time, and I still like, even if we just swap places, it's just like, man, I don't know. This show really means a lot to me, and I feel like I gave up something that I truly love for a while, and that's why like I want to be back and more involved in the show and be like, really push it forward, because I miss it. I miss it, and I miss us having this, just discussion, right? Like this talk that we're having is like stuff we used to do all the time.
Yeah.
We used to do this stuff all the time. We would record quote unquote mini blocks just to have an excuse to do another episode of Pow Block, right? Like
yes.
we were talking about that the other night with Dan a little bit, and like how we would record mini blocks, which were our idea of like a 15 or 20 minute episode, kind of like WASD and Beyond's Hot Fix episodes, right? Like a shorter episode. But then we would turn it into like an hour and a half of nonsense when we talked to. And the one we always bring up is sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, go ahead, because I know what you read when you go.
The one we always bring up is the Metroid multiplayer game. Yes. That we wanted to talk. We had a question and we wanted to talk about it for like 15 minutes, 20 minutes, what it could look like, and then we went on like an hour and a half discussion on like Helldivers, and like what if you took some of the ideas of Metroid Prime Federation Force and mixed them with Helldivers, and you went in as a team of bounty hunters that way.
The evolution and the build of this game that me and you had just grew and grew, and we had to get to the point where we had to stop forcing. We had to force ourselves to stop talking about it to end the show. So we stopped talking about it, but the problem was that we talked about it 15 more minutes after the show.
I know, and then we ended up doing a second episode on it. Like literally 2 weeks later, we were like, we got to do this. We got to flesh out these ideas. These are important. These are
and you know what's funny now, Corey? Thinking about it now, because of the Garage game that Nintendo is making, I literally wonder. I may go back, take down notes, and see if we could make that game in the Garage simulator.
I know. I thought about that, and I thought about I thought about what if we just made a whole episode of Pow Block in the Garage builder game that's coming out. Like just somehow animate us all just sitting there talking and like doing a voice, whatever. Like I feel like it's possible. It would take a lot of work, but I feel like it's possible. But man, and so Pow Block is it's special, man. I know like our audience is relatively small compared to a lot of other podcasts. I know like we've been doing it for a long time and we don't really care about the audience numbers or anything, even though they've like really spiked in the last 6 months or so. See, here's the thing. All I have to do is leave a show and the numbers go up.
Now, because I don't know the numbers. Corey gets the numbers, he gets the stats, so he let us all know.
You have the login.
I know I do. I have the login, but I think my thing is I get so focused into doing the show, and when I'm in the show, I'm having fun with everybody, and I know that I need to like reach out to the community and reach out into the audience and stuff while talking. But it's just like when your mind is so into the show, you try to make sure that things are running one way. You kind of forget some other things and everything. So, I think with me, that's why when Celeste came on and we happened to come up with Snacktendo, because we was talking about snacks, like talking about food and stuff, and then just like making that a segment. And then I was like, you know what? Let me add Game Fact events I haven't heard a podcast that actually give facts about games, and I know a lot of us who play Nintendo or who just play video games in general, there's a lot of games out there that we just don't know a lot of facts about or little tidbits and stuff. So I'm like, it'd be cool if we added that. And of course, doing news and a big question and stuff like that. And then doing the quiz show, adding that to everything, like who doing a Nintendo quiz show. Everybody say that I make the questions hard. I don't know how. I think I make the last questions challenging, but I make it easier for people to do multiple choice. And I wonder, like, do people have fun doing quiz shows? Like, it's not research or anything, because it's like you make a choice of what answer do you think would answer this question. Now, when I speak the stuff in Japanese, yeah, that's a tough question, because just like we don't follow the Japanese, but that's kind of how Nintendo is. Nintendo is a Japanese company, and maybe that would help people to research why we have those discussions about why Nintendo doing this and Nintendo's doing that. Well, Nintendo of America has to listen to anything that Nintendo Japan say, because they are the head honchos. They are the CEOs. Nintendo of America just get the information and put it out there.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just like, this reminds me of just the times we used to have doing the show. Just all this is like, I don't know. I think it's just maybe because we don't really get to do this a lot anymore, because we're being pulled so many different directions, right? And, Pow Block is different now, and I'm not saying it in a bad way. Like, that's not what I'm saying. I think the show right now is great. I miss us just hanging out a couple nights a week, just talking as friends about things that we love, right? Like, and
yes.
I kind of hope that we can get back to that, right? And I mean, I plan on it, and I don't really know where I'm going with this. I'm just kind of spouting some thoughts out here. I don't know. How do you? And we kind of just talked a lot about the past show. Which episodes stand out to you? Like, I mean, just like one or two episodes that stand out.
Well, I did, like I mentioned, the Nintendo Direct with Doom, our E3 presentation, but one of the ones that stood out was actually making our top 25 Wii U list.
I was thinking the same thing. I was literally just looking at those episodes just now.
Like, I go back to that, and to be like, for a system that people said that didn't have no games, we were able to come up with 20.
We came up with 50 games, first of all, because I gave you my list, and you're like, I'm not picking any of the games that are on your list. I'm like, well, that's not your top 50. That's just 25 different games than what I picked.
Right. But,
like, I still stand by this day that the Wii U has the best library of any Nintendo console to date. It had, well, for me, right? Like, it has, I mean, there are games on the Switch that I love that I would probably really have to think hard about that right now. But if you think about the Wii U, not even counting Virtual Console right now, right? Not even counting Virtual Console. It has my 3 favorite Zelda games on it, in Twilight Princess, Wind Waker, and Breath of the Wild. It has my favorite Mario game on it, in Mario 3D World. It has arguably the best Xenoblade game that nobody played, in Xenoblade Chronicles X.
Oh, it's mind-blowing how Monolith soft.
I can't believe that game looks that good and runs that well on that system.
Exactly.
It has Tokyo Mirage Sessions. It has my favorite Assassin's Creed game in Black Flag. It has my favorite Batman game in Arkham Origins. It has probably the best 2D Donkey Kong game in Tropical Freeze, right? Captain Toad has Captain Toad. It has what I think, minus the story stuff, the best version of Mass Effect 3, right?
Yes.
Like, in terms of playing the game. I know it's not the best version overall, but like the stuff that you can do on the Wii U gamepad is amazing. Like directing your squad mates around the map with like you can actually draw paths on the map and watch them, trace the lines on the map. What are some of the it has Darksiders 1 and 2, which are some games that I really love. It has a lot. It has so much.
Outside of the games, I was watching Hulu and Netflix on my Wii U. Like late at night, not with my TV on, watching on the gamepad with the headphones. Falling asleep to it, even with YouTube and stuff. And it was just like, wow. And I think it was a time that people didn't understand why Platinum Games became who they are now.
Oh, right. Because Bayonetta 2 is on there, right? Bayonetta 1 and 2 on there, which Bayonetta 2 runs better on the Wii U than the Switch. Spoilers, guys. It runs at 1080p 60 on the Wii U, and not 720p. Not disparaging the Switch, but it runs better on the Wii U. It has my favorite modern 2D Mario game. It has Mario Kart 8. Right? It has so much, man. Like it has so much.
And we're just mentioning main games and mostly like just like a little bit of the third party and a lot of Nintendo. But when indies, I think when PlayStation and Microsoft felt like the indie games was moving away from them, people were picking up the indies on Wii U. Still to this very day, Axiom Verge on Wii U. You mentioned Virtual Console. Dude, like, and then I played the Metroid Prime trilogy on Switch. on my Wii U. It was just like, wow. I'm like, I forgot that backwards compatibility was still a big thing with Nintendo, where you didn't have to wait for it to come to your system. You literally was just able to pop in the game and bam, it worked. And regardless of how you looked at the technology, I'm like, you couldn't deny that Nintendo just had backwards compatibility on lock because of their handhelds. And then, like, their console, whether you like the Wii or not, it was a GameCube game for some people, you know, and it was just like, I could put my GameCube up, but I'm just like, I really don't want to. And then Smash for Wii U and using your I was playing Smash with my 3DS. Like, I didn't use the gamepad. I literally used my 3DS to control my characters and whip tail. And it's always funny to see, still to this very day, watching Game Informer. They had the game and doing their 8-player Smash, and it was laughter. And me and you, not big Smash players, but when we played it, we were having fun.
I want you to know that I'm a huge Smash player, and by that I mean I picked the biggest character in King DDD in Smash.
But then me and you, but you cannot deny that Shovel Knight, an indie game, took Game of the Year. We could not stop talking about Shovel Knight.
I still can't stop talking about Shovel Knight. What are you talking about? There's two games.
I know, and it's so good. And
I would argue that the Spectre Knight DLC is the best part of that entire collection. Like, the Spectre Knight DLC is amazing. Ugh. Shovel Knight, man. What a delightful little package.
Yeah, I think that was just our passion for Nintendo. You know, definitely one of the hardest ones that I actually had to go back to and watch was Iwata's passing. Like, I
think that was like our 5th or 6th episode.
I think so, yeah. So for Boss Rush, I wrote a banner. It was unexpected, but shout out to David Lasby, that I was planning on writing the title, "What Video Game Made You Cry?" And it was just like, it wasn't such a video game that has made me cry. Like, video games affect me, but not to that level. It was the fact that Iwata had passed away. Like, and I told my experience. I think I talked about this on Pow Block, that I got in my friend's car and I cried about a person that I never met, I didn't know, but I watched his life through the directs. I read about him and everything, and it was just like when Iwata touched something or he stated something, or that time he took that 50% pay cut so he could still keep in employees, that was like meaningful to me, because it showed that he cared about the company. And we could talk about Activision and other companies who treat their employees or see their employees in a certain way. I feel like Iwata did something different, and then it kind of felt like when we lost Iwata, literally to see it was almost a whole week that people could not get over the fact that Iwata passed away. Like, I literally cried, went to the bar, and drank.
Yeah, Dude, remember when you, like, at the time, I was, like, when I found out that Iwata had passed away, I was in New York, standing outside of the Nintendo store, and it had just closed. And, like, I was flipping through Twitter, and I was like, oh my gosh, Iwata died. And then you and I had, like, this giant text conversation about it. It was like, man, that was a rough day. And then, like, I went back, and there was, like, a line around the store, right? Because I got Amiibo in stock, and like that was like right at the height of the Smash releases.
Yes.
Got Charizard and Lucina, by the way. That was awesome. That was a great trip.
So jelly of you, but it's so good.
Was that when that happened? I think so. But there was a line around the door, and people were going in the store and not buying anything. They were signing the Iwata Memories book. Like, there you had this giant book, like when you would go to like a funeral or something and you sign the guest book or whatever. People were leaving bushels of bananas outside. They were leaving Kirby plushies. They were leaving Donkey Kong barrels. They were leaving Pokemon stuffed animals outside. And it just was like, he touched so many people in so many different ways that, like, and like, you would, like, I didn't even know that many people cared, you know, like, it was crazy.
That literally was the thing about it. For people who felt like Nintendo was a failure of a company or wasn't important to the gaming industry, it really showed that they were important to the gaming industry. And it's not because of, you know, your relationship of it during the kid days back in the 80s or 90s, or whether you played the Nintendo or not. It was the fact that Iwata, he lived this life. He was out there showing that, you know, games could be anything and everything, but they really got to be fun. If they are not fun, and like, we still hold this to this every day. If games are not fun to you and all you do is complain about them, why even try them? Why even play them? You know, like, Iwata was the only president of a first party company out there doing Nintendo Directs, speaking in English. Like, go back and look at the views of Iwata and Reggie fighting in Smash.
Gosh, dude, the Muppets, like the E3 Muppets were like, they were, you know, oh my god, it was so cool. And then they all like transformed into Star Fox characters, and that's when we got the Star Fox Zero announcement, which was like, say what you will about Star Fox Zero, like, I have my opinions on that game, Ed has his, but like, that announcement was one of the coolest things they've ever done.
Right. And Iwata felt like the way that we felt about E3 last year, Iwata felt like that the year when he was sick before he passed away. He was just like, I wish I could be with everybody at E3, and he couldn't. And you're talking about breaking us, dude. Like, that broke the industry. And reason why that's important to us for a Pow Block, because we got to talk about it, we got to express it. I think we spent like 45 minutes before we even got to news and stuff about it. But it was like, it kind of showed us that sometimes when developers and when people make when developers and people make are meaningful in your life, if they're really, they're really important, they really are just like, sometimes for some people, the glue that that keeps you together and stuff. You really feel like that when you get to know somebody, they really, really are a friend. They really are someone important to you. And I think Iwata was kind of that friend to us, was that important person to us. He was important to Power Block because he was the face of the Nintendo Directs. He was the face of Nintendo, and you know he was not only a developer and stuff. Like, he was the one why when we looked at the Nintendo Direct, we wanted to see if Iwata's going to be there and what wacky thing he's going to do. Whether was holding the bananas, whether he was just in his suit and just talking, regardless of what it looked like, what Iwata was going through, he always had a smile. He always felt welcome to it. And losing him is just like, man, we don't get to see, I don't know who is doing the stuff that Iwata does that make you, when you watch a State of Play or Inside Xbox, or when you watch any kind of program and stuff, does that host or something make you feel welcome like Iwata? Because like when I was watching them, I always felt welcome. Like, that's where my snack stuff came from. Was because of Iwata and Nintendo Direct. Because Corey, that when I was just like, when Nintendo Direct was happening on Tuesdays, I had my snacks.
Yep.
You see me eating my snacks.
Remember? I think it was. I don't remember. I think it was like the second or third year we did a watch along. I think it was probably the second year, and it was you, me. And I think Ray Osorio joined us.
Yeah.
And then he bounced, but then I think Larry popped in for a while, which I would like to get him on some sort of episode at some point. I've been meaning to reach out to him for a couple of months now, actually, and I just haven't. But like, he came on and like we literally just sat there and watched probably like 2 hours of Treehouse, just snacking on garbage, just like shoveling it in. And it was like, oh, I got like 6 bags of chips here. I wonder what flavor this is. You know what I mean?
I think, it was 17 or 18. I think it was 18 because they showed that Samus Return through a Treehouse. And we was just like, wait a minute, what is this? And it was the new Metroid for the 3DS. And we was just like, what is happening? Like, we were seeing this live, everybody. Everybody who was watching Treehouse live, we was recording live, and we were just eating garbage.
Yeah.
It's stuff.
Man. Gosh, that was so... It feels like so long ago. I always feel like we've done the show longer than we have, Because, like, I mean, I guess it's only been, like, a little over 5 years, but, like... I feel like
we've been 6 or 7.
It feels longer than that in some cases, to be honest with you. But, but okay. So, I mean, how do you kind of feel about the show right now? Like, I mean, it's changed, especially since we started Boss Rush in particular. I mean, we canceled this show to start what was the NX show at the time, right?
Yes.
We canceled this and Arsenal X to start that because your schedule was changing. I got a new job. Jesse, works at night, and so like we only had time to record one show, and we tried alternating weeks for a while. That didn't work. We tried, whatever, and we were just like, I don't really want to do this, but what if we just merge the shows and talked about Nintendo and Xbox in one show? And like, that was our solution, right?
Right.
And then once the NX show, once we left Nerds Gone Rogue and that kind of ended, and we started what we were calling Codename NX at the time, right? Which is, it's still a cool name. Part of me sometimes wishes we would have kept it, but also Boss Rush is a cool name, so, plus, if you type in Codename NX, you're going to get a bunch of 2015 articles on what Nintendo's developing. So, I mean, but anyways, when we started the NX show, right, like the 4th or 5th episode of the NX show, which is the Boss Rush podcast now, people were like, bring back Pow Block, bring back Pow Block, bring back Pow Block. And we didn't. Like, we stood our ground for, 5-6 months, maybe? Was it that long? I don't know if it was that long. It might have been like 4.
It wasn't that long.
And, like, we brought it back. And that first episode we brought back, we had record numbers at the time. Record numbers.
Crazy.
It was
crazy.
It was crazy. And it's just like, people love our Nintendo talks, right? They loved our talks about Nintendo. And the NX show, like, I mean, the Boss Rush podcast is what it is now. Like, I still like that show. I'm glad everybody's involved in it, right? And then but there's just something about Nintendo Pow Block, Ed. There is just something about Pow Block. And then, like, we did the same with Arsenal X, and, like, I have this conversation with Jesse a couple times every couple months or so. Like, it has the coolest logo. It has the coolest theme song. It probably has the coolest color scheme and background and stuff. It's just like, I feel like we never really got a hold of what that show could or should have been. And, like, we had a good run, like, when I left the show to go host that show, to try to really give it an identity. But, like,
for people who don't know about Arsenal X, our Xbox podcast,
oh god,
we literally was throwing out names, because this is kind of how, like, Boss Rush and, like, Crossroads, and not so much Crossroads, but probably Crossroads too. But, like, a lot of our name stuff started. Me, you, and Jesse were throwing out crazy, goofy names, and I think you, Corey, just mentioned, what if we called it Arsenal X? And I was just like, that's it.
Yeah, dude, I thought it was so stupid at the time. I thought, like, I mean, I just thought it was the dumbest. I was like, well, Xbox starts with X, and there's a lot of shooters on Xbox, so let's just call it Arsenal X, because there's a lot of bullets in our arsenal. And then we were like, Ed's like, let's do it. I'm like, no.
Then you gave me Arsenal X for a bit, and that's how Throwing Up the X came up. And that's how, like, let's throw up the X more time, because we Xing it out.
Isn't it amazing how many, like, little stupid things that we used to do are still around?
Yeah,
they're still around. And, like, I was trying to talk to Jesse earlier, but, like, now that, like, Standard is over, right? Boss Rush moved to Sundays. Like, anytime the show records later on Saturdays, I'm gonna probably try to be on that too. I know it's a lot of extra work to do all this stuff or be there, but, like, I've been really trying to focus on, like, I want to get back to the root of what we were doing, and, like, you know, Pow Block's on a good track, Boss Rush on a good track. I think Crossroads is on a good track. I don't know. I haven't even checked in with Crossroads since LeRon took the whole thing over, like, really took it over. I feel like when I gave you this hosting job for this show, and I know I didn't, but I always felt like I abandoned this show to go help other things. And that's kind of how I felt about Arsenal X, and still feel about Arsenal X, is like I kind of abandoned that show to do other things, and I always felt bad about that too. And man, sorry, I got a lot of feelings I'm airing out on air here, guys. I'm trying to make this a fun retrospective, and, like, this is just part of the show, guys. Part of the show.
And I know that when I took over, when I was part of Arsenal X as host before, you know, you took over, and now Jesse, shout out to him, because he does a fantastic job with hosting Arsenal X. I think I was so much into, I know I got blamed a lot, and I'll take all the blame, that my love for Nintendo was
Nintendo Pow Block 2.0.
exactly was affecting was affecting AX because it was just like I was doing a lot of comparison of Nintendo doing this or Xbox doing something similar to Nintendo. Because in my mind, in my viewpoint, in my opinion, I was just like, it looks like it looked like Microsoft was watching Nintendo and taking those same steps, and it was working for them. Sometimes it didn't work for them, but it was working. And so when you took over and I came on and you were just like, let's see how many times Ed gets a Nintendo thing, and you put me into a Nintendo jar, I was just like, okay, I can't say, because I literally would come out. If I came out of a podcast, I probably would have to owe everybody about $55 each. Literally a new game almost every week, every time I was on the show. But yeah. I think it was just I think it was just like me being so deep rooted in Nintendo Pow Block and just being deep rooted in Nintendo itself, is that when I talk about other companies and stuff, and I make those comparisons to Nintendo, is because I see similar things sometimes. And I do my best now. I try not to bring Nintendo in when I'm on other shows, but sometimes it happens. But like if you look at Arsenal X now, it kind of has some of that old Pow Block feeling with me and Jesse, because everything. Of course, we got our show planned and stuff, but like if you watch the first half before we even get into news, a lot of discussions. Of course, it ranged from food and stuff, but a lot of our topics and discussions that we don't even plan, it just feels like once again natural.
Dan in the chat, Dan says, "I can see Ed's eyes twitch when he tries not to talk about Nintendo."
It has been look. Corey and Jesse knows because they laugh.
We know.
They laugh because I would always mention the other company, or I would go around. I'd be like, the company that is red and white at this time, or that first part. Like, I literally come up with names without trying to say Nintendo. But Jesse and Corey knows, because it's a struggle not to say them.
I mean, you're not wrong, right? Like, I mean, you're not wrong.
But it's just like if you look at Arsenal X now, it's kind of like, and like I said, Jesse does a fantastic job. We both will it in, and sometimes we have those bigger discussions even before we get into news. But that's kind of how Pow Block was when we first started out. We used to have those big discussions even before we got into news and what we've been playing, because it was just like something that just, I don't know, sometimes it was just questions because of a news story. It'd be like, dude, can you think of Nintendo doing this and that? And then we would just go off. And that was Pow Block. And that's kind of how like AX is. Like even our latest episode of Arsenal X that everybody should go check out, like I said, even though this is a Nintendo podcast, was that I talked about Starfield and things of that nature. And how Sony feels, and probably how Sony feels and stuff. And I'm like, that's the kind of things that we would talk about Pow Block. It's just like if Nintendo said something and we analyzed it, and even it wasn't in news and stuff, we still had opinions and viewpoints for it and stuff.
Yeah, it's man.
And now, like, okay, of course, if people check Pow Block now, yeah, it's a little bit organized, it's a little bit clean, but it's the fun, it's the opinions that we have. Our once again, our Mario and our Zelda list is probably like pure comedy. Dan be ready to fall out the chair and laughter. Me and David will have discussions and stuff. I told David, because forgive me, everybody, I call Majora's Mask a side quest sequel, and it was just laughter because I was just like gasp at that time. Like I call it now the good googly moogly gas, because everybody just called it just like, I can't wait for Ed to say good googly moogly or hear gas, because everybody knows that it's just like when it's coming from me, it's like it's kind of bunkers and stuff. But like I love, like, when David talks about Zelda, when Celeste talks about Zelda, when LeBron comes on to talk about Monster Hunter, when Jacob comes on talks about Monster Hunter and the outer community, like, I get so excited for anyone who comes on to talk about games and their passion and stuff, whether it be Nintendo related or not, because it's just like, I've told you, Corey, this many times. I did grew up without having friends. I grew up not having a place to talk about video games. The EGM was my Bible. Like that was my gaming Bible. One Up was like my place where I felt like I had a community that I could express myself about games. And when I came onto Power Block, meeting you and meeting everybody now and stuff, and hearing their podcasts and talking about games, even with Larry with World 1, like and talking about all of these different kind of games, I get excited and I get so passionate and joyous and stuff. And that's why with Nintendo Pow Block, doing 250 episodes, I can tell you, I haven't did all 250 episodes because of work purposes. Every time I come on this podcast, it's always a barrel of fun. I exude energy and stuff, and I keep that energy up live because I get a chance to talk about people about video games. And I do the same thing with Arsenal X. I did it in our old episodes of PlayStation. When I get going crossroads, it might seem like I yelled I yelled out to the crowd. I'm like, look, if you think I'm just a Nintendo fan, you gotta run because I love PlayStation just like I love Xbox, like I love Nintendo. I'm a big fan of video games. I'm a bigger fan with Nintendo, but I'm like, I love games and I love to talk to everybody about them, especially when not our 1v1, but talking to Walk. Sorry, this is related to Power Block. Like talk to Walk. I never played the walking simulator until I played What Remains of Edith Finch, and then Celeste got me on the train of playing all of these amazing. David has everybody from who like nominates or talks about a walking sim. I download it and I play it and I'm in awe and stuff. And that's how Power Block is. When people tell me like, hey, did you play this game? I'm like, no, I'll download it and be in awe.
Yeah.
Enjoy it.
Man. This we're doing something interesting. We're doing something not to get off of Pow Block, but I'm going to for a minute and just talk about Boss Rush in general. I know a lot of people over the last couple of years have had a lot of opinions about what we are doing, what we should be doing, what we shouldn't be doing. But in the probably since about Christmas time, I've really been thinking about that Boss Rush is about who we are as people and fans and hopefully decent conversationalists on podcasts, our personalities and what we love, right? I really feel like we're building something unique. I kind of feel like we are doing, in general, we're doing things that other people are doing on the internet, but like, I feel like we're doing things differently. I feel like we are. I'm not gonna lie, I don't really listen to that many gaming podcasts anymore. Just because I don't have time, right? Like, it's not because I don't like them. I listen to a few. The podcasts I do listen to are gaming podcasts, but I really feel like Pow Block, our conversations on Pow Block really influenced what I wanted Boss Rush to be and what I feel like you, me, and Jesse set out for Boss Rush to be. And we've had a lot of help along the way, right? Like a lot of people, a lot of good friends guested or helped us get a jump start, right? Like at the beginning, our friend who works at Twitch now, Ray Apollo, like sat in on probably the first 20 episodes of Boss Rush and like really gave us a good foundation of the show. And, you know, we've had guests here and there, right? Antonio and we've just had a ton of people come in and, you know, whether they're here or you know, come on once in a while or here every other week, every week. there's so many people involved in this at some point or another, and it's been, I don't know. I sit back sometimes when I can't sleep at night because I'm editing something, or I drank an energy drink to do a show, and then I just like lay in bed with my eyes open and I just think about stuff when I have to be up in like 5 hours.
Sometimes you'll message me, and then I'll be like, let me message. I'm like, I have woken up because I heard a Facebook message and I see it's you, and I have almost broken my neck falling out the bed trying to message you back.
I know,
because I'm just like, oh, he messaged me like.
It's man, I just hope that everybody that's involved here, right, knows that their personality and what they love and what they want to do is a viable option here, right? Like, the Pow Block has changed pretty drastically, right? Mm-hmm. But that's who is on the show right now, right? Like, that's how it is, right? And I hope I want to encourage, Dan and David have been a big part of reconstructing that show, right, into not a Corey and Ed talk fest for 3 hours, right? Like, I mean, we kind of poke fun at David sometimes for being super organized, but he's super organized. If you ever look at the files for the writing team, they are intimidatingly organized. Is that even a word? I don't care if it is or not. I said it. So
he's top tier professional. Like, he is, and don't forget, for people who don't know, we met David on accident by Celeste asking just the wrong David about Zelda, and happily this David asked me, loves Zelda, and it led it.
Well, yeah, he's a writer at Zelda Dungeon. I hope he likes Zelda. But like, I messaged him probably 4 or 5 months ago when he first kind of started sitting in on Pow Block before he kind of became a mainstay. I was like, man, when we asked you to come on Pow Block and you said, yeah, I kind of had like a mini like fan moment, because like I went to Zelda Dungeon religiously every time a new Zelda game, like every time I would start playing a Zelda game, I use Zelda Dungeon's guides, right? Like I use their walkthroughs, I use their stuff to get through and find secrets and stuff. And it's like, I kind of had this little mini moment where I was like, man, like Zelda Dungeon, to me, feels like a real site, like that people actually go visit. He's co-hosting our Nintendo show that we started because we're fans of Nintendo and Zelda, right?
Right. And to meet Celeste, who helped us meet Jacob and Shay from another Zelda another Zelda podcast, I'm just like, oh my goodness, there are encyclopedia of Zelda that I'm just like, this outnerves me at times, but I am astonished. I get excited because I get to hear them talk about Zelda, and I get to read the stuff, because there's lore stuff that I just forget. My thing is, I want to get in the dungeon. I want to see
the lore stuff in Zelda is super fascinating to like.
It is.
It's like on Tower Casuals when Josh and I do Tower Casuals and he does the lore corner stuff. I just sit there and listen like kids sit at the library and watch the librarian and read like this storybook. I'm just like, wow. This is amazing.
Fascinating.
And like Zelda's the same way, where like I don't know, I love Zelda, right? I love Zelda, but like I couldn't tell you one thing about the lore in Zelda. Like I can tell you base level things, right? But like when you go to Zelda Dungeon or you go to another Zelda podcast website and you just see like, you're just reading about like Link's house from A Link to the Past, and you're like, there's like 1,000 words here just talking about Link's house and like what it's made out of and like whose table that was and like, you know what I mean? Like,
it's it is fascinating to me because I've never met a community like that, and it's cool that I could go to another Zelda podcast or I could go to Zelda Dungeon and just read about stuff that I didn't take notice of. It changes a lot of my perspective about the Zelda series because I love Zelda. I played Zelda ever since the first Gold cartridge came out. You know, watching the TV series, I have my problems with Zelda 2 and Majora's Mask, but like I told David and Celeste, I will run out right now. They said Switch has a deluxe edition for $100 of Majora's Mask. I will leave this podcast now and try to break down the doors of Best Buy to order it. I mean, we do have it online, but
yeah. By the way, this might already be like real news by the time this episode goes live on podcast feeds. Switch Pro, man, it's seemingly happening. But man, dude,
I'm throwing up.
What? Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Okay, because this is one of our like regular Nintendo Pow Block episodes.
Oh God, here we
I'm
go.
throwing a whole bunch of salt on this rumor. I told Dan that
You're the worst.
until I see concrete evidence and a release to it, until Nintendo comes out and speak of it, I know that it's probably happening. I don't think it's happening now. It's with a grain of salt. In fact, it got Sam Club salt on this mug.
Do you see our chat? Our Twitch chat right now is insane. By the way, there's 15 people on our Twitch chat. I don't think we've ever had that many people watch the show at the same time. So thank you everybody who's in the chat hanging out. Dan and Matt, our old friend Matt, who we used to do podcasts with, is in the chat, and they're like arguing about Switch Pro right now.
Oh, shout out to you guys. Check out Matt is doing a new podcast, music podcast, like a music therapy podcast. He just released a trailer out. Do forgive me, Matt. I gotta get the information, but I'll be trying to plug you on Pow Block.
You're here. Plug it. We'll shout it out.
If you're in the chat, Matt. Yeah. Plug it. I really can't. It's going to be a bi-monthly podcast, and they're going to be talking about music and having a playlist. I really cannot wait to hear it because, like I said, through ups and downs, through everything, Matt has been a big part of our content that we have made, and
I still like we still talk like maybe like once a week or once every couple weeks. I want him to come on a show at some point. Like I want him on Boss Rush with us just to like hang out and talk and play games, right? Trivial Merit is what the right? Did I say that right? Yeah. Trivial Merit is
yes.
his music show. So go follow him. It's on Twitter. I like. I mean, I just want to say like the growth of Pow Block is, I mean, when Matt and I started Nerds Gone Rogue, like you were on those first handful of episodes out of that, and like this show and that show were like sister shows for a while, right? Like it man, if I could, I don't know, oh, sorry, everybody. So many good memories.
Right. Shout out to Fallen Little Angel. Part of, we had our PlayStation podcast with us.
The first PlayStation podcast we tried, DualShocked he was on that show, and it just, man, I feel like the more people I am grateful for, there's that many more people I need to apologize to, right? Like, he's definitely one that I should probably apologize to. Larry is someone, everybody.
Yes.
I and that's just something that comes with the territory too, is like you meet so many cool people, and like sometimes things don't work out, and sometimes things don't work out amicably, and sometimes they don't work out in other ways. But I just man, there's been so many people that we've met doing this. It's insane.
Yes.
How many people. But before I start getting all sappy and, emotional about people, I want, first of all, I want to talk about the future of Boss Rush and Pow Block in general, Ed, soon, in a second. But I just want to take this moment and say thank you for being my best friend for 5+ years, 6 years, however long we've been doing this show. I hope that we can do it for 5, 6, 7, 10 more years, even if Boss Rush isn't around, even if, everybody leaves us and it's just us sitting here on Skype talking about Nintendo. It's been really fun. But instead of going down that route, we're going to talk a little bit about our future here at Boss Rush. I don't know. I would like to start doing some of this stuff sooner than later, but we need to have a meeting with everybody. But we are finally launching our Patreon at some point. And Pow Block is going to be a pretty heavily featured part of it. It's not going to be like early access, right? Like all of our shows are going to be like same time, same whatever, right? You can still watch them live on Twitch. You can still get them on podcast feeds the days they're supposed to come out. We're not doing any of that early access stuff. But what do you think about that? Like, I'm waiting on our LLC to be approved, right? Like, I applied for it. It's happening. Got to get some 1099 forms, just in case we make $1 and the government needs to know about it. Well, I mean, what do you feel? How do you feel about the future of Boss Rush? Like, our numbers are growing week by week. I think we have a great staff, like between our podcast and video staff, between our live team, between our writing team, entertainment side. Yeah, like we haven't even mentioned the entertainment side, right? Like, which we should, because I'm terrible at promoting that stuff. Sorry, Logan. I know you're watching or listening or something. I don't know what you're doing, to be honest with you. You're probably I don't know.
Cookies, something delicious.
Yeah, we're gonna make licorice hot dogs with
Look, that may be hot.
You know what?
I'm not gonna deny that may be hot. But let me answer your question real quick. Before we continue, I'm excited. I think this was one of your biggest dreams back in the day, and I think making the move and when it comes to fruition and stuff, we're going to be nervous because we're going to be like, we don't know what the heck that we're doing. But I think we got people on the team that have kind of worked through this thing and stuff, so we can always ask them for advice. And I think it's just another step of Boss Rush growing, and stuff. It still be a community thing, still, focusing that what our content and stuff's all about. It's just having a business aspect connected to it. Like,
I mean, we talked about, you and I talked about, like, we used to do mini blocks and stuff. That's, or do a second episode a week. Like, that's basically all the Patreon is really going to provide for people, is like, if you want to hear more of us, like, we're going to do a second show a week per show, right? Like, Boss Rush After Hours is something LaRon and you and I have talked about for like a month now, right? Pow Block, Dan and I talked about bringing back Mini Block, or if Jacob had some really cool ideas for titles for stuff. yeah, I'm excited for this next step. It's scary. It's I'm so anxious writing up like these contracts and stuff just to like have them on file, right? Like I need to get you some information on what's happening too, like the real business information that's like totally scary, and I have no idea what any of it means. But exactly. I feel like since, you know, we're partners in this, that we should probably be on the same page. Exactly. But my goal too is to like have a show again, not like a bonus show that will be released free at some point, right? Like I think our plan is to eventually release our shows free somewhere at some point, right? We don't want to keep a lot of things behind a paywall, but my thing is like I hope we can do some sort of Pow Block spinoff show where it's literally just me and you rambling for 90 minutes on a weekend night or something. So I mean, I think we have an amazing team. You know, I mean, we've always had great teams in the past, right? Like we've always had great people that we've worked with, but like we have an amazing team, right? Celeste running the interview stuff is amazing. Like you said, the entertainment stuff with Land Party and Q List and all that stuff over there, and our console specific shows, and like having LaRon and Jesse edit Crossroads and Arsenal X respectively has been a huge help to allow us to do other things.
Our first and second class, you know.
Yeah, that like we didn't even bring that up either. Is like our network classes.
You know, of course, we always say WSD and beyond.
I always like I feel bad because I was like, I'm not gonna butcher it when he comes on. Nick came on Boss Rush. I totally butchered it because when I like type stuff into Twitter to tag them in something, it's beyond WASD. So I'm like, okay, so beyond WASD, because that's just like in my head when I read it, right? And then I was like, I'm not gonna butcher it. I'm gonna say WASD and beyond. First thing I say, from WASD and beyond. I'm like, oh god, I butchered it right away. Oh my gosh.
You know,
terrible.
Of course, you know the EXP cast, but like Lore Together is so good. The Yodelers,
yeah.
You know, of course, the bad bitches. You know, console crew like Wes and Eric. I love Wes and the console crew. I love hearing their podcasts and the work that they do. I'm trying to get on their show. Hopefully, they will have me one day because I just want to talk games with them. And like, you know, really nerd out. And I'm proud of Wes himself because he goes out and, you know, he's doing he's streaming his workout goals with Ring Fit, and I'm just like, that's
amazing. That's
awesome.
A cool idea.
It really is.
I feel like if I stole it at this point, I would just be stealing from him, so I would feel bad. So I'm just going to remain fat for the rest of my life. It's really Wes's fault that I'm not working out.
And then we got like Block's gaming reviews. Like,
dude, his reviews are so good. They're so fun.
Good.
There's something like he had, like, if you don't know Block, you should go check out Block's game reviews. It's on our website on bossrush.com/network. There's a link to his YouTube channel there. You can go to Block's game reviews on YouTube. He has a thick accent, right? Like, he has an accent, and then when he does the reviews, like, most of them are like classic games or older games, which are fun. But there's just like a wholesomeness to it because of his accent.
Yes.
That you just like kind of want to just like sit back in a rocking chair and like just listen, you know? And I love his reviews. I watched his, which one did he just post? He posted, the Dark Cloud 2 one.
Yeah.
It was really good. And I just like, I wanted to listen, but like his voice is so relaxing that I just kind of like not fell asleep, but it was like I felt myself nodding a little bit because his voice is so relaxing.
And like just of course, the diggity with Jeff and
Brody.
Brody, like doing E3 discussions like last year with them was just a hoot.
Yeah.
just
oh my gosh, they probably wanted to kill us after that episode because it was 3.5 hours long.
But but now they have recorded with WSD and beyond, so they are used to doing 2 hours plus.
I know. Did you see their shirts, by the way? The WASD Cross Diggity shirts.
Yes, I may have to talk to Nick. I'd be like, Nick, if you're watching this, you may be seeing a Venmo. And of course, like me and LaRon, like talking to LaRon, and of course our 3-hour 1v1. But like having them on the team is just like
he's been a huge boost for like not only just like another great host for us to talk to, but just like the technical side of things and getting our live show stuff kind of better, than it was. And it's been a joy adding him to the team, especially like the first time we tried to expand, it was kind of like a bad like thing with someone, and it was just like, man, we got to really be careful the next time we go out and try to find someone to expand because some real characters out there. There are some real people out there that will try to say one thing in front of you and do another thing on the internet, and that was a pretty bad week.
Yes. But having the Pride panel last year and you meeting LaRon and everybody was just like, it was just so good. And I think that's kind of what Pow Block and Boss Rush are getting, and I'm going to let you get back to Corey. I think that's why, if anyone hasn't checked our last Boss Rush podcast episode, when we talk about communities and stuff, that's the example of what a good community is. It's like coming together, having fun, helping each other out, bigging everybody up, encouraging them, embracing them. And it's just like you want everybody who does this to have fun and put out content that others can find out and have fun too and stuff. And like, I talk to LaRon, and everybody in Boston Church knows that me and LaRon can have discussions. But we've always have a fun time. We don't, and if anything feels wrong and everything, like we apologize and stuff.
I mean, but everybody knows that, like, if something's really wrong, that they can talk to us about it, and we'll try to find a way to fix it, right? Like, even if you if it's someone within the team, right? Like, we're gonna fix it. Like, we'll bring each other together. Like, I mean, there's been a couple times where I got something from one side about someone, and then the other side came to me about the other side, and like I would bring them into the same chat together and be like, okay guys, I'm getting something from both sides here. Let's talk it out. Let's figure it out. Let's just, break down these walls. What's the matter? How can we fix it? That kind of thing, right? And we did multiple times, and it works. Communication works. We all, like, even, if we make a mistake or two, nobody's getting fired over a mistake or two, right? Like, we just had that talk on the Boss Rush podcast, on episode 95, I think, like, about community and mistakes and forgiveness and stuff. And, Logan was a big part of that too, that conversation, which we actually had a side conversation before that, and like, hey, should we talk about this? Because it really affected one of our friends, and that was a terrible conversation to have, but a necessary one, because I want everybody to feel like they are welcome here, even if they make a mistake or two. I mean, like I said to you and LaRon and the panel that day, right? Like, if someone's slinging the N-word around our Discord, like, they're out, right? Like, that's right. Unacceptable. But like, if people are arguing or people are fighting, or like, we're not going to shame people for making one mistake, or be like Logan and Austin are really like they're really into their church and really religious and stuff. I'm like, I'm not going to take that away from you. Why would I do that? There's a benefit to knowing, and I mean, even you, right? Like, I mean, there's a benefit to learning about people and learning other sides of stories, right? And I don't know. I feel like how different everyone is on the team, but still works hard and still does the job or does what needs to be done is like super helpful and super important. And I hope everyone gets that from us, you know, like especially within the team and the network, right? Like I hope people know that if they think differently than we do on certain things, that it's okay, you know? It's okay.
Right. You know? And so us going into this business thing, it's just like, it's going to be scary at first, but it's only scary because we haven't did anything. And when you start anything new, you're always going to be scared because you got to figure out what works and what doesn't work. And with the stuff that doesn't work, can we make it work in a different way, or do we get rid of it altogether? And the stuff that does work, how do we improve?
Well, that's why we brought smarter people than we are into some things. Like I know Dan is starting his own business, right? Like, and we've kind of been chatting back and forth. And like when this is approved, he's I mean, no offense to you, Ed, but he's the first person I'm going to about business advice.
That's good. That's good, child. Only thing I can tell you be like, there's a sale at Target. That's all I can help you.
No, but seriously, we have like a founders roundtable chat, and like there's the people I feel like are the people who are going to be making most of the decisions at Boss Rush moving forward are in that chat. And I don't want to do anything that people don't like. I think we can compromise. I think we can take a vote, and like it's going to be a pretty democratic process where we kind of vote on things. And you know, we kind of floated some Patreon tiers out, you know, to see like would this be good? Do we need to raise or lower some options? Do we need to add options? Do we need to take away options? That kind of thing. And I think we're going to have one big meeting before we really launch it. I've been working on it. Really wish the state of Ohio would hurry up and approve this LLC. It's taking them a sweet time, you know. But
it's like getting approved from Apple Podcasts.
Oh God, no! I mean, I think that takes a shorter amount of time
to get. No, it took me a month to get optional opinion on that mug. I'm like, are you serious?
Look, Apple Podcasts either takes 5 minutes or 3 months. There's no in between. There is zero in between for that. But to get back to like one of the things I want to do on the Patreon is like, I want to have a show at least once or twice a month where you and I sit down and just have conversations like this. Like, nobody else. You know, you and me hanging out for 90 minutes or so, or, you know, this, by the way, this whole episode is probably going to be a separate video and a separate episode on the podcast feed. Now, I should have known going into this, but my thing was like, this is probably going to be like a 30 or 40 minute introduction to episode 250. No, this is just...
So we're gonna edit this. We're gonna edit this part. Be like, so yeah, that was 250. Yeah. Hopefully you guys enjoy it.
But one of the things I want to get to is like just you and me having a podcast like once or twice a month or more. That they'll get early access to that, but it'll go live on YouTube and stuff like a month later for people to watch. And I miss our conversations, not necessarily Pow Block, because I really like the way Pow Block's going. Again, I want to reiterate that I like the way Pow Block's growing and the direction it's going and everything. I love the way that you guys have kind of changed the format of the show. I think Game Fact Advance is a big hit. I think Snacktendo is a huge hit. I mean, we saw how disappointed people were on our E3 predictions episode that they didn't have Nintendo.
It is going to be back next week. I told everybody, I'm like, it's coming back.
I know.
Want to just spend that time.
But I miss the conversations we used to have, and I'm hoping that it's going to be kind of like a bonus show for people to listen to that, you know, maybe they'll understand more of what because like since Boss Rush started and like even in the last 6 months, there's been thousands of new listeners to Pow Block, right? Like the numbers increased 3 times since September or October or whatever, right? Like it's grown exponentially, and I just really miss our conversations, and this was a good example of like what I hope you and I can do sooner than later, right? Like it's just, you know, if it's on a Saturday night at like 11 and we just hang out and even if we're playing games and talking, right? Like I want it to be that too. Like it's people are gonna have such low expectations, but it's I think I've been saying this for a long time, and like I said, when we launched the Patreon, our base shows are going to be free. Everything's going to be that you listen to now is going to be free, right?
Mm-hmm.
On time, whatever. We're not doing the early access thing. This is more for people who are really dedicated to our community. If you want to throw us $1 or $2 or $5 or whatever, there's going to be something extra for you to hang your hat on, whether it's Boss Rush After Dark, whether it's like Pow Block, Warp Zone, or Mini Block, or whatever. I still need to talk to LeRon to see what he wants to do about Crossroads, if he wants to monetize that with us or separately, because technically there's like a partnering system that I'm working on. You know, it's a thing. We can talk about it off air or whatever. But there's going to be like bonus shows with that. I want to give people value that invest in us, right? I just want to give people value. I want to give people more of what they like, and tweak it as we go to make sure that if they are investing in us, they're getting what they pay for. And
yes.
If they don't want to, then that's fine too, right? Like our shows are going to be free. YouTube's going to be free, right? Like it's all going to be there. But Ed, what I was trying to say was like, so many people put so much hard work into this stuff.
Yes.
That the amount of work people put into this, they deserve to be rewarded, right? They deserve to have a little something to say, hey, look what I did, and this is what we're doing, and I'm proud that, you know, we make content that people want to support. And you know, I've been saying that since Nerds Gone Rogue, honestly, is like so many people put so much work into this, and it's kind of my fault for putting it off, but also I wanted to make sure everything was perfect and that we launched at the right time and with the right content and with the right people. You know, I can't thank anybody enough for building what we started out as. We had no idea what we wanted to do, and this is what happened. You know, Boss Rush happened because we had no idea what we wanted to do, so we just threw everything at the wall to see what stuck, and we invited our friends, and we invited people that we didn't even know to do stuff with us on the internet, and this is what happened, right? Celeste probably thought we were crazy for inviting her to the State of Play watch-along, right? Like,
I remember watching that.
Like, that was her first thing, was like a PlayStation watch-along, like at the time I was like, man, it's just exciting to have someone else besides Ed, and no offense to you and Jesse, Ed, but it's just exciting to have someone else to talk to.
Yes. And it was so funny because after that I talked to LeRon about it. I was just like, did you do? Because he did a reaction too, and I was just like, dang it, we forgot to ask LeRon if he wanted to do it.
I know. Probably would have been a smarter idea at the time, but hindsight's 20/20, guys. It's but and when she helped us kind of redirect Pow Block a little bit by being the third chair for a little while, and when you missed an episode or two, and we spent like 45 minutes talking about our favorite video game beaches, and we talked about Mario Sunshine for 20 minutes, I think, and it was like, this is a different episode, but it's still kind of cool, and I don't know.
I listened back to it, just like, a regular Nintendo Pow Block episode.
Yeah. So I think on the kind of main staff, there's 11 or 12 of us now, and then the writing team, David and Dan, have done an unbelievable job of growing us from, like, I don't know, maybe 200 views a month to, like, we're going to hit, I don't know, we were talking about it in our chat today, our website chat. Let me see. I'm sorry, guys. Real time stat tracking. Why don't we go to the right website? Then maybe I can tell you. We went from. Here you go, Ed. Are you ready?
Yeah.
January 2020, we had 640 views in a month. 640 views. This month we hit 7,275 right now, and there's still a weekend left in the month.
Yeah.
So, and that's, I mean, as much as I would like to take credit for that, I hired Dan and David, so it's my achievement. No, I can't I can't thank Dan and David enough for what they're doing. It's incredible, dude. Like what they've done with the writing team is incredible, and that's kind of allowing us to kind of be more open with doing pod clip stuff now, right? And exploring a new video series or bringing back old video series. It's this team is incredible, and I believe in everybody. You know, I know sometimes some of us get heated discussions. I know sometimes I see like David and Dan, the chat that we're in together, me and those two and me, and their ideas for the writing team, and like sometimes I'm frustrated. I'm like, why? What are you doing? I don't know what this means. I'm really frustrated, but I'm not smart enough to know what you guys are doing. And then it turns out that we get 7,000 hits in 1 month for the first time ever, and I'm like, this is why I don't say anything when they say stuff, because I know I'm wrong. I just know I'm wrong, and I gotta do something for them. I gotta do something for them, because they built this website into something that's like people want to visit, right? People want to visit the website. It's not just something that's like, oh, it exists and you can watch our podcast on it. There's the Boss Rush Banter stuff was a huge idea from David, and like the news stuff, people are killing it with news stuff, and the editorials, and Stephanie doing her thing with stuff that goes up on Saturdays.
Stephanie's big.
Yeah,
Stephanie's big. And killing it.
And Block, and you know, Stoy's been doing the Game Pass stuff, and it's just
from where we were at the beginning to now, you would not believe how Boss Rush evolved from, like you mentioned earlier, from the DNA days to NGR to Codename NX to Boss Rush. It's just like we didn't have all of this stuff that we got now in the past. Mm-hmm. You know, everything evolved and built, and now look where it's at. You know.
Yeah.
Don't forget, for years you've been trying to get people to write for the website. For years.
I know.
Now, I admit, my writing is terrible at times. I have grammar problems. I would have said that, but I'm like, you look
No,
at it
but
now. It's just like you
dude,
gotta write it.
from the first time you wrote something to now, it's a huge improvement, right? Because I mean,
Yeah.
like when we the one that sticks out is the Yoshi's Crafted World review. When we sat down, dude, when you wrote that review, like, and we sat for hours editing that and trying to, piece some paragraphs together to make it more coherent, and like just learning and teaching and learning and dude, you've grown a lot as a writer, and I mean, I'm not saying you still don't make mistakes, right? Because I mean, not that I'm reading them. It's David and Dan now. Like they probably have made you a way better writer than my, 3 times I sat with you on some reviews. But like, I mean, you've grown as a podcaster, as a writer, as a, someone who still has hot takes. At least you can back them up, right? Like, I mean, you know what I mean? Like, it's. Thank you, Ed.
Thank you, Corey. Thank you, boss.
Doing this, I know I'm not the smartest person to start a business, but the one thing that I can confidently say in myself is that I really feel like I know how to put the right people in the right places.
Correct.
And I took a business class. I took a lot of business classes, but I had a professor, Professor Williams. He passed away last year, sadly. Maybe it was 2 years ago, but he taught me one thing, and it says he said the best way to manage is to put people in the right places and let them go, right? And that was something that I was terrible at during the like NGR stuff, which I mean I think I still did a pretty good job. I just did a terrible job being like letting people go, right, and just doing their own thing. And I think that's part of the reason that ended. But letting Dan and David go with the website, and like I knew they were the right people, and as much as I wanted to like say maybe we should do this or don't do this or whatever, like I mean that's like the prime example right now that I have is like, look what they've done with the website, or look what you've done with Pow Block, or look what Laron's done with Crossroads, right? Like it's putting the right people in the right places. I mean, look at Celeste's interviews. They're like secretly some of the biggest things we do on YouTube and podcasts, right? Or the Talk the Walk series that we do like once every couple months. Like that's, but I wouldn't have done this if we didn't start Boss Rush together. I wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be having this conversation if you weren't here, and just to kind of say one last final thought is like, just thank you for being the partner that I should have, a lot of people like talk to me and say like, oh, good, sometimes I get DMs and say, hey, good job on Boss Rush, or some nice things. I'm like, Ed's the passion, Ed's the like there's always the straight man and there's always the eccentric wild one, right? And like I feel like I play the straight guy pretty well, and I feel like you're the eccentric passion that this entire network needs, and that's, I think, maybe, just maybe, that's why we've kind of succeeded for so long. So I will always say that you are the backbone of this project. And I think you deserve more credit than you get. you know, to be honest, to be 1,000% honest, like there's a lot of things that people haven't seen like from me, but I will text you and say, Ed, I'm super stressed. I don't know what to do. I'm like going crazy, and like you've brought me back down. You've talked me through things. You've talked me out of things. You know, and you've done a lot for me personally, outside of this too. So I didn't mean for this to turn into some kind of, you know.
I don't want to discount Jesse because
no, I don't either. I mean he's not here. This is just here. Like, you know. No, I mean Jesse's done a lot too, right? Like I mean he's keeping the Xbox passion alive, you know. But you know, I mean I'm super thankful to Jesse too, you know.
Right.
I don't mean to leave him out. This is just like you and me talking here. If he was here, I'd be saying a lot of things to him to his face, but I'm thankful for Jesse too, for kind of because like after everything, like after we restarted, like I wouldn't have blamed someone for leaving just because we had to restart or something, and I know that he wasn't thinking that way, but like I wouldn't have blamed him for thinking that way, you know. But he stuck it out with us, and
yeah,
it's been just both of you, honestly.
I think for all three of us, it's just been a growing experience, you know.
Yeah.
From doing something just online, you know, meeting up, talking about games, talking about music, and talking about personal life stuff, and just growing and connecting that way. You know, it's just like I always say that it feels like family, and to me, it always feels like family. And you know, I could definitely say because of you, I have grown. I have become I've becoming a better person. I will say that, and I wouldn't be doing the stuff I would be doing without you. I wouldn't be doing the stuff without Jesse. Like I always, the same amount of times that I talk to you is the same amount I talk to Jesse. Everybody knows on Arsenal X that I call me and Jesse could be on the phone while I'm coming from the grocery store, and it could be a podcast itself. But it's just like talking to him and talking about music and just having those conversations. It's really helped me, you know, because I'm like like I said, not having friends, it's hard making friends. And meeting you and being friends for all this time, still to this very day, just means everything to me. It means the world. And it's just like, if anything happens, child, I don't know what I'll do. I'll just leave it at that. Because I'm like, we've done so much together for Boss Rush and for all our other stuff, but just like outside of that, for our friendship, we have done so much. You know, the same way that I helped you, you have helped me. You know, and I have been up in front and honest with you about things, and you have helped me through that stuff. Same way with Jesse, he has helped me through a lot of stuff. So, I want to say thank you for, you know, being my best friend, and Jesse being my best friend, and everybody else who contribute that I meet and that I talk and laugh with. I'm like, thank you, because it literally has helped me. Yeah. It means the world to me.
Yeah, it's been a humbling experience. Like since the beginning, I can't believe people still listen. Right, like just bumbling in it, dude. We talked about not going live tonight, right? We were like, maybe we should just do this, dude. We've had the most people in our Twitch chat that we've ever had tonight, and it's just us being bumbling idiots about nothing. So on that note, I am gonna wrap this up. Just because we've been going for almost 2 hours, and there's still going to be an episode 250 part 2 coming up shortly. So, which is going to include everybody. It's probably going to be our big E3 talk, right? Like, I mean, we've got the E3 is probably happening that day that the episode 250 records, which is amazing timing. But I want to thank, like, just on the Pow Block side of things, I want to thank Dan and David and Jacob and Celeste, and everybody who's come through as guests, right? Like, I know Grayson has come on a few times. I know Stephanie's been on. I know we've had quite a few people on. Rebellity has been on. Like, there's so many people.
Yes.
That I don't even know who to thank first, but I just want to thank everybody who's made Pow Block something special, everybody who's contributed or listened or made time to talk in our Discord or our Facebook group or tag us on Twitter about stuff. Like, anybody who's asked a question, people have been listening to us since the beginning. I know people still listen from when we were doing it in the beginning. It's just, I want to thank everybody. Ed, thank you for doing this with me and without me for the last couple months. I am gonna be back. Like, I just I miss you.
I miss you too. I miss gaming and talking games and snacking out and conversating. I miss all of that.
Yeah. So I'll be here on Pow Block. Ed's still gonna host. Don't worry, guys. He deserves it. He needs it. It's he's better at it. So I want to thank everybody watching and or listening. Remember to give us a nice review on them iTunes or listen to us on Spotify. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Follow us on Twitch at Boss Rush Games Live. This has been episode 250 part 1, a kind of weird retrospective / comedy show / emotional breakdown. I think I saw at some point, probably within the first half hour, Logan was like, so are we turning this into a Nintendo rom-com? I'll write the script. So there's that, I guess. Maybe a Patreon stretch goal, I guess. I don't know. But Ed, where can we find you?
You guys can find me on Twitter at that retro code. Check me out on Nintendo Pow Block on Mondays. Check out Arsenal X on Tuesdays. If you guys want to check me out on Twitch, I am that retro code. And my Xbox, PSN, and Switch stuff is on my Twitter page if you guys want to check that out. And Optional Opinion on SoundCloud and World11 on Podbean.com. I promise I will be getting back to Optional Opinion on SoundCloud. There's more episodes that I'm finding a different way on recording it. I got to download some stuff, but I'm going to be recording some new episodes and getting it up because I haven't been doing it because I've been doing other stuff, but I'm going to get back to Optional Opinions for you guys to hear. So yeah.
Ed, thank you for taking 2 hours tonight to do this. I skipped Tower Casuals for this.
I have been looking for this day, this moment all day.
I know. When we first, we just talked for 2 hours. I don't want to bug anybody else for their time right now. We can talk about it on another episode. You can find me at I am Corey HD on Twitter. You can find me hosting the Boss Rush podcast on Mondays on your podcast feeds. You can find me hosting Tower Casuals, the Destiny podcast with Josh Finney on Thursday nights and live on podcast feeds on Fridays and then on YouTube on Saturdays. You can catch all of our content on bossrushgames.com. We are going to have more to announce in the future about what we do plan on doing on Patreon. So stay tuned for that. You can follow us on Twitter at Boss Rush Network, on at Pow Block Podcast. I want to thank everybody for hanging out with us for 2 hours, and we will see you next time for a regular episode of Nintendo Pow Block. Bye, everybody.
Bye, everybody. Woohoo! everybody, welcome to Nintendo Pow Block here on Boss Games. I'm your host, the enlightened and excited ADV. Joining me is the gallivanting Galutrad himself, Mr. Jacob Taylor.
What's going on, everybody?
The celestial brush herself, Mr. Celeste Roberts.
Hi, happy Monday, everybody.
The devastating dungeoneer himself, Mr. David Lasby.
Hey, everybody, happy summer.
And of course, my partner in crime, boss man himself, Mr. Corey Dirrig.
Hello. Thank you for inviting me on this episode of Nintendo Pow Block. I'm very excited to be here.
We are back in the building. I'm so glad to be with you guys. This is episode 250, part 2 of Nintendo Pow Block. We got our full cast. And unfortunately, our indie insider could not make it. At this time, he is actually searching for more indies to talk to us about. So
I do. Dan, when we get to docked mode, I do have a message to play from Dan, by the way. So when we get there, he sent a message. I want to play it on the show. You guys probably won't hear it because I don't know how to get it to you guys, but everybody that's watching will be able to hear it.
Yes, but how has everybody been doing? I know we have recovered from E3. We know we are dealing with crazy weather around.
Who's recovered?
I mean, we have came down from Cloud9 from that Nintendo Direct. Microsoft.
Who came down?
Got us all.
I'm still up there.
What?
I'm still up there. I'm still dancing on that cloud. It was amazing.
Is it because that we still got our theories from Breath of the Wild too? That
I've got new theories, but that's an episode for a different day. I got new theories. Theories.
David has already known that I have talked to him personally in chat to be like, okay, what about this? And it's got it so good. This is. So for anyone who know us on earlier versions of Nintendo Pow Block when we started, we have had about 10 to 12 episodes still dedicated to Breath of the Wild. And it feels like this conversation is still going for the second one. There are still theories and people are analyzing that trailer. And David has been making some good theories, and I'm just like, but it can't be. But you're just like, yeah, it can, because this happened. And I'm just like Celeste, when I see you for Video Game Summit, we are going to just gag over that trailer and just be like, okay, what are your thoughts? I want to hear. Jacob, I'm gonna come to Jacob and be like, okay, get some fries, get a sandwich, sit down with me. What is your theories? Like, I cannot wait to talk to you guys about the Breath of the Wild 2 trailer, and when the game actually comes out next year, we're probably gonna even have a discussion about the title. And I'm excited. I'm literally excited. But how's everybody been doing? Go ahead, Celeste.
Well, Ed, I want to plug, since you mentioned Video Game Summit, Another Zelda podcast will be attending Video Game Summit on July 17th. It's in Villa Park, which is about 40 minutes outside of Chicago. And quite a few people from Boss Rush will be meeting up over there, including Eddie V.
Hey! Yes. I'm so excited. But how have you all been doing? I'm going to start with you, Corey. How have you been? How was your weekend?
I'm tired. No, it was good. It was an okay weekend. We went to the zoo. We kind of watched, let me tell you, we watched both Trolls movies this weekend.
Oh, world tour.
Yeah, it was riveting stuff. And I actually got to play a little bit of video games this week, so there's that too.
Yes. Jacob, it has been so long that I have talked to you. We have connected because of the Square Enix Final Fantasy thing. Our energies have gathered together. But how have you been?
I just forgot that was a thing, Ed. That had left my mind, and now I'm just angry again.
Oh, it's back. It's back.
I'm doing well, man. I'm doing well. I've been playing a lot of Metroid, as many people have. Working my way through each of the 2D Metroid side-scrolling games in order. I'm on Super Metroid now.
Ooh. Are you streaming that?
I'm not. I'm keeping Metroid for myself. I'll stream Metroid Dread when it comes out, but it's too much work, and I'm in the middle of too many other games during stream. But played a lot of Phoenix Wright on stream. That's what I am streaming.
Ooh.
Is Phoenix Wright doing the voice acting for that? It's a lot of fun. I hope you come check it out, viewers, listeners, all of y'all.
I think you have magnificent voice acting, Jacob.
Thank you. I think
Nintendo should cast you for the next English translation.
Are you kidding me? I would love it. I want to be Herlock Sholmes so bad. And then Mario Golf. I've been playing a lot of Mario Golf. But other than that, man, I really haven't done a whole lot. I've just worked and gamed. Like it's been kind of a weird week for me because I've been so busy at work that then once I'm done with work, I get home and I'm like, I'm not gonna do anything. I'm just gonna play games and relax and chill. So.
Yes. How have you been? It's been such a long time, but actually since our Talk to Walk episode, which everybody, please go watch our Talk to Walk or tell me why. We're featuring Stoy. Man, that was such a great discussion. Do go watch it for Pride. And if you still got an Xbox or a PC, go download the game. It's still free. Get that game. It's really, really good. But Celeste, how have you been?
I've been good. I've been kind of busy. I started a new job in February, and it's a completely new position for the company. So it's been really busy in that regard. And we're getting ready for Video Game Summit. David Geisler and I have been working on different things behind the scenes to get ready for that. And we've been interviewing some really cool people for the 1v1 series. Trying to play video games whenever I can. I have a few on my 3DS. I really love to wind down with Happy Home Designer. Remembers that?
Yes.
So soothing. I love that game. And Kirby's Ultra Epic Yarn or Super Epic Yarn. Yeah, Ultra. I really like. Oh, it's so cute. How precious is that game?
I still own the game for Wii, the original one, and I twirl every time I play that game because it's so cute.
Wow, I love it.
David, my homie, my editor-in-chief, how have you been dealing with this hotness, this hotness?
The heat's been rough, but the gaming has been good. It's been an excuse to stay up all night because it's too hot to sleep anyway, and so. I guess I'll talk about what I've been playing when we get to playing with Power, but I've been enjoying my Switch quite a bit, and I also snagged an Xbox Series X this week and have been diving into some games that I missed on the last generation of Xbox. So it's been good. It's been fun.
Yes. And I still love your dill pickle snacks, kiddo.
Yes.
I need to find them. I'm going to be on the quest finding those Thursday, and I cannot wait. And
I was excited that it became its own pod clips. That was great. Our website.
I was watching the episode, and I was just clapping. I'm just like, yes, I get to hear about dill pickles. Yes.
I felt it was important to get the information about dill pickles out there.
Pickles are gross.
Oh, no.
I mean, I know I made this debate last week, but I still don't know if I like pickles. My wife bought this, or my mother-in-law gave my wife this. It's like pico de gallo, but it's called pickle de gallo, and it's just like
oh my god, pickle de gallo.
Salsa. Yeah,
that is amazing.
Yeah,
it combines my love of pickles and puns.
Yeah, wow.
Oh,
yeah.
Do you like fried pickles, David?
Yes.
Yeah.
You get.
So
you gotta have some dipping sauce for it.
So we ate that, and I had like 3 or 4 bites of it, and I still don't know if I like pickles.
Pickles and tomatoes are a sin against humanity.
Oh my god!
They're
Do you like ketchup and spaghetti sauce?
Yes, and that's why tomatoes are so bad. Is because the only reason they're good is if you turn them into something else.
Ketchup
every
isn't
other
a real tomato.
I don't eat tomatoes.
Every other vegetable is great by itself, as is. Maybe cooked, like maybe something done to it. Maybe not just raw, but tomatoes and pickles are absolutely terrible.
David, I feel your energy. I don't know. For me, I of course played some games and doing some writing. I also snagged the Series X, and I cannot wait for my sister to come in because I want to play Gears 5 and literally see how the enhancements doing that.
Now you're coming from a 1S, right, Ed? To a Series X. Oh my gosh,
yes.
dude, your eyes are gonna melt.
Yes. Because I was thinking of getting a X, but I was just, by the time I was thinking about it, they had announced Series X, and I'm just like, well, I'll just go ahead and get that one and everything. So, and plus the TV that I had at that time wasn't doing like 4K or anything. Now, like I got this big Samsung TV. I'm like, I need someone that's gonna something that's really gonna push it. And I really want to see how Gears 5 is, because just Gears 5 in total on like a 1080 looks gorgeous still. It's still a beautiful game. I cannot wait to play that. But everybody, we're going to get into some quick housekeeping, because we got to get the show rolling. Yes. This is episode 250, part 2 of Nintendo Pow Block podcast. Each and every week, we come together to talk about games and everything we love about them with our friends. You could join us live on Mondays at 8:30 Eastern Time on twitch.tv/BossRushGames live and be a part of the conversation. But if you can't join us live, no big deal. You can head over to youtube.com/BossRushGames and BossRushGames.com to watch the show or listen on your podcast service of choice. Remember to subscribe, follow, rate, and review wherever you consume us. It helps us out with discoverability, and check out our filming of shows wherever you listen to your podcast. And also, everybody, come join us on the Boss Rush Network Discord. We have a ton of communities there that talk about games, entertainment, snacks, and more. And David, would you also like to talk about our writing community?
Yeah, absolutely. If you're interested in checking out our stuff, you can go to bossrushgames.com, where we have daily features discussing and debating games, and editorials on the weekend where we, as a staff, ask some interesting questions about games and review new and retro games on Sundays. And if you're interested in joining our writing team, you can also reach out to us. We have a contact page on our website with all the information you need to apply to our writing team.
Yes. Well, everybody, you know what time it is. Snacktendo! And Jacob, I'm going to start with you. What have you been snacking on?
Yeah. Today I had pineapple rice, which is so it's a base of rice, obviously, just regular white rice, and then it's cooked in vegetable broth and pineapple juices. It's got onions and a couple of different root vegetables, beans, sprouts. It has carrots. It has tomatoes, which I picked out because tomatoes are gross. And then, of course, pineapple. It has pineapple, and which is a little weird because the pineapple is cooked, and so it's hot. I've never had hot pineapple before. I've always eaten pineapple cold. Yeah, that was a little odd. But all in all, it was really, really good. I get it from this little Thai place. I've talked about it before, I think, called Prick Nom Pla. And they make absolutely delicious Thai food. So I think the only thing it was missing for me personally was like some sort of like nut. Like I would have done well with like almond slivers or something like that. But other than that, I had an actual snack. I tried the s'mores cookie from Subway. Those are delicious. Oh my god.
S'mores cookie from Subway.
Wait. When did that start? I didn't know they did that.
I don't know. I don't know when it started. I don't go to Subway a whole lot, but there is one that's like 2 minutes away from my house. And I went on Saturday and I was like, you know what? I want a sandwich. So I went to Subway and got a sandwich, and they had the s'mores cookies. I bought 3 of them, and then I went back Sunday, even though I wasn't necessarily in the mood for a sandwich again. But I was like, I want to get more s'mores cookies. So
you bought a sandwich, really so it didn't look like you were just going back for the cookies.
For the cookies, yeah, pretty much. Yeah, paid. Yeah, it was. They were so good, man. The marshmallow was like just the perfect amount of like chewy, but you still had the chocolate wasn't like chocolate embedded in it. It was like drizzled on top, and then it was like a graham cracker cookie. Oh my god!
Subway's chocolate chip cookies. Subway's chocolate chip cookies is amazing.
Their cookies are the best fast food cookies I've ever had.
I had a a long time ago, I had a roommate who worked at Subway, and he would come home with whatever cookies they didn't sell that day, and then bread as well because they couldn't.
Oh,
So we would just always have Subway, like full 12-inch Subway sandwich bread, just like we looked like a little French villa because we just had
Did you start singing from Beauty and the Beast?
No.
Were you wearing your berets?
No, but I have worn a beret before because I marched and I played tuba in marching band. So
You were in marching band as well.
yeah,
So
I was in the
that just
newspaper.
lit up.
So, yeah.
Oh,
So yeah, there is. I'll have to find it, but I was in our local news as the front page with me and my little beret and marching band tuba. So I'll have to find it and post it in Discord or
Texas
something.
does not play with marching bands.
No, we do
Okay.
They do not.
They are
We
on
had-
point. Trust me, they are on point with their marching bands.
Yeah, some of our little schools were like, "Oh, we're going to go over to Texas and compete in the marching competitions." Oh, hell no. Mm-mm.
No, my school was like, we were noted because we had white dinkles, which are your shoes, and like that's a sin in marching band because it's so easy to notice if white dinkles are out of place because they just stick out on the field. Most bands use black colored shoes, and we had, because we're Texan, we had cowboy hats, which is also a sin. The reason for the little marching band lore, the reason they wear those like up and down high hats is because you can see those in a line really easily, and you can tell if people are lined up really easily. But if the hat is different or weirdly shaped, it's actually a lot harder to like. It looks like you're out of place even though you're not, so it's a lot harder to get graded on.
Give me that high five, Jacob, because we had white shoes and white pants.
Yes. Oh my God. Yeah. It's great. I love
Well,
it.
Celeste, what have you been snacking on? It's been a while since you've been on the show and talking about Snacktendo.
Well, I assure you, the snacks have been in large supply. In fact, tonight I tried the Cheetos street corn flavor,
Mm.
and they get an A+ from me. They're absolutely delicious.
That's exciting.
Okay, so now I gotta, because our Frito-Lay person comes in tomorrow, and I may have to ask him about that. Be like, I need these chips in my store now.
I think you do. I went to the new Asian market in my town, and I picked up a lot of snacks. Those were really good. Some ramen and these ice cream bars. It's vanilla ice cream encapsulated in the waffle cone. So imagine the delicious part of the bottom of the ice cream cone, and it's like a little bar.
That sounds so good.
It's genius.
David, what have you been snacking on?
Well, yesterday I made homemade spring rolls, and it was great. Like diced up cucumber, carrot, cilantro, mint, thyme, and jalapeno, and then marinated some tofu and got some rice paper, and then you just like dip it and wrap it right there, and oh, it was so good. Made like a spicy Thai peanut sauce to go over the top and to dip them in, and it was fantastic.
Now what's up? Boss, Corey, what have you been snacking on?
I didn't really have a lot of snacks this week. We did go to, David brought up rice paper. We did eat at a restaurant called Rice Paper this weekend. And I got the Indonesian fried rice, which is what I always get when we go there. And let me tell you, it's been a while since I've eaten there, but I would eat that daily because it's so good. It is so good. It's just, spicy, like this kind of spicy fried rice with grilled onions and broccoli and cucumbers and stuff. And then it's grilled lemon chicken and lemon shrimp. So it's just it's making me hungry now.
Is it on our list to go when I come visit?
Yes, Ed, it's on the list to go.
Yes.
I don't know how many times you think we're eating while you're here because the list is like 50 things long.
No. Hey, I got the money to feed everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have enough room in your tummy, though?
No, I don't. Ed has we already determined that Ed just has the iron stomach of a, I don't know, incinerator. Like, it just, I don't understand how your body works, but it's fine.
It's fine.
It defies all the laws of science, but, you know.
It is an incinerator. That's how he stays so, like, excitable and happy all the time, is because food goes in and just instantly becomes energy.
Yeah.
It doesn't digest or anything.
Yeah.
It's just instant energy.
You don't know how when food kicks in and I black out and wake up 4 hours later, like, oh, was I supposed to be doing something?
Yeah. Ed just takes naps. Like,
Oh.
Ed never sleeps. He's never asleep. Doesn't matter what time of day it is. I message him, unless it's like a normal time of day, like 2:00 in the afternoon, and he's just passed out somewhere.
That is true. Well, for me, everybody, I have had sushi, and it was just so good. No. But I also had some soy sauce ramen, that I bought from the Japanese market that I go to. It was really good. And I also got some Nintendo Japanese candy.
Whoa!
That's interesting.
Whoa, slow that down.
Ed, bring it back.
Slow it down.
What we got? We got the Sword and Shield, Lucario, Score Bunny. I hope that's like a spicy candy.
Ooh, like,
Yamper.
What?
oh,
Pikachu.
I'm a Pikachu.
I also got these.
Ooh.
No way.
Kirby! Oh my god.
Oh my gosh.
Are those new?
I guess so. And then I have these. So I don't know what they actually are, but this is Luigi's.
That's Mario.
That's
man.
Mario, dude. Totally Mario. You
No,
just
the
showed us.
package. Right, but the packaging has Luigi on it.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Poor Luigi can't even get his own candy.
I know. I'm
This
stuck
is
on the
Mario.
box.
Oh yeah, like the Mike Wazowski with the sticker. Look, they put my face.
Yeah.
This
I'm
one,
on TV.
What on earth?
this one. So I think it's probably like chocolate that you like suck off or you eat, and I think there's like some toys that's on it. But I was at the Japanese market that I normally go to, and I used to get like the koala bears there. That's like in that green little box that I love. I normally go there to get it, and I seen anytime they got Nintendo candy, I always run and get it. I can't read a lick of Japanese, but I love getting anything that's Nintendo related there. And the last thing that I picked up is some Chip Ahoy, the soft chewy s'mores. Good. Yes, they got a s'more flavor of the Chip Ahoy's, chewy ones in a red bag, and they are good. Good.
Don't
So
tell me this.
yes, so
I
that's
don't know
all
how
the
I feel
things.
about this. All this food. Like, now I'm hungry. I'm like really hungry now, even though we just ate dinner like 2 hours ago. It's fine.
Yes. So everybody, that has been our Snacktendo. I know a lot of people in the Discord has been posting some things. Shout out to Dan with his Auditor 415. There was a homemade pizza. Dan made. Logan went to the movie theater to get some food. Dan had his deck with a hot dog and chicken sandwich, I think. That was really good. And Still Shane has posted some food too. And that's all on our Discord. Oh, and Celeste, yes, your candy that you was talking about with it is on our Discord Snack Tender page. So you guys can check that out. Yes, also. And I did have it's not a melon flavor pop with the little marble in it. I had that flavor.
Ramune.
Yeah, I had one of those. So
Did you like it?
yeah. Love it. Well, everybody, we're going to get into our game fact advance, and mine is kind of short. It's about Sin and Punishment. Sin and Punishment is a rail shooter and shooting gallery video game co-developed by Treasure and Nintendo. Originally published by Nintendo for the Nintendo 64 in 2000, Sin and Punishment takes place in the near future of 2007, where humanity is struggling with a global famine. Scientists develop a new species to raise as food, but the creatures revolt and war breaks out. The player takes on the roles of Saki and Aaron as they fight to save Earth from destruction. The game employs a unique Nintendo 64 control layout, utilizing both the D-pad and control stick. This control scheme allows the player to strafe, jump, and dodge around the screen while simultaneously aiming the target reticle. The player must shoot at enemies and projectiles while also dodging attacks to survive to progress through the game. The development of Sin and Punishment lasted longer than the usual for the era. Development commenced in 1997 with only 4 staff members and concluded in 2000 with more people involved than in any Treasure previous projects. When I read that this game took 3 years to make, and they started out with only 4 people. I'm like, wow. And Sinner's Punishment is mostly almost like, if anyone has heard of Space Harrier, it's a rail shooter where you kind of fly around and you shoot projectiles and everything. When I knew about Sinner's Punishment, and I knew that it never came to America, but it showed up on the Wii Virtual Console. I didn't know that it took that long to make that game. And that it only started out with 4 people. I'm like, wow. So that is your game fact advance. If you own a Wii U, both Sin and Punishment and Sin and Punishment Star Successor is on it. Go pick it up and play it, because we're about to get into some family news, and I'm so excited for one particular story. So David, take it away. Oh, right. Before you take it away though, it's time for family news. Yes.
Yes, David, thank you, because I had to do that last week, and it did not come off as whatever. Cheerful? Yeah. We'll use that word, cheerful.
All right. Well, thank you, Ed, and that was an interesting game fact advance. I had never heard of that game. I didn't even know that was a thing, so I was so confused when you were talking about Sin and Punishment to start our segment. All right. Well, let's get to the news here. So our top story today is that Metroid series tops the Wii U eShop's best sellers list.
Yes.
And I was thinking about this as Jacob was sharing what he's been playing lately. So this little bit of a write-up comes from NintendoLife.com from Liam Doolam. Quote, over the past week, Nintendo lifted the lid on Metroid 5. No, it's not the sequel to the Metroid Prime we're still waiting on. It's part of the original series dating all the way back to the NES era. This new entry, known as Metroid Dread, is being co-developed by Mercury Steam and has already been seen as pre-order success on Amazon and at retailers like GameStop. On top of this, a number of Nintendo fans are getting ready for the new game this September by playing through Samus's older adventures. As a result, sale prices of the older titles have gone up online and over on digital stores. Metroid games are selling like hotcakes. So I believe, I actually don't have the list in front of me. I thought I did, but I believe 3 of the top 5 selling games on the Wii U eShop right now are Metroid games, which is pretty remarkable.
Yep, it's Zero Mission is 1, Fusion is 2, and Super Metroid is 3.
That's right.
Yeah.
Thank you. So
I just looked it up because I just was one of those people that went and bought those games, so... Whoops.
We could have a whole other segment on the Wii U eShop, which hopefully someday we get something like that on the Switch.
I know.
Okay.
Nintendo took a big risk by bringing back a seemingly stalled franchise, and now they're cashing in big time. So should Nintendo take note and do something similar with other older franchises, and which titles would you like to see? So, Jacob, we'll start with you as somebody that's been doing that a lot this week. What do you think about this?
I love it. The Metroid series is a series that has always played kind of second chair to band reference to Zelda and Mario and even Kirby to some extent, because like Kirby consistently gets games, but even though they're pretty much kind of the same. And Metroid deserves its day in the sun. It's a wonderful series. I had never finished a Metroid game except for Metroid Prime, but I've played a lot of the Metroid games. I've played every Metroid game a little bit, and so with this Dread coming out, I was like, you know what? I need to be a good Nintendo fan and go beat the dang games. And so that's why I've been taking that journey. And this is you're gonna side with Becca here on this, but playing through those games back to back to back like this, and really just diving in deep and knowing being an adult playing those games, Metroid has actually kind of started to outshine Zelda for me a little bit.
Wow.
Yeah, it's Zelda absolutely, like it's like, well, do I like Metroid more than Zelda? I don't know. Zelda means so much to me, but Metroid is so good. And yeah, like I'm starting to have like that debate in my head on whether or not Metroid is actually my favorite Nintendo franchise or not, because there's the throughput between all the games, even the Prime games, because I have those as well. I'm not worrying about beating them before Dread comes out. It's there, man. Its timeline makes sense. Like the gameplay is phenomenal, and it's so phenomenal that it doesn't have to change between games. It just is wonderful, and it really fills you with it fills you with a sense of like, yes, I'm the one who figured this out and did this. And it also has the benefit of having the what's called avatar power, where Samus gets stronger, and so like you're able to beat the harder guys. But it's so fun to get lost in those worlds.
Well, it certainly has a very passionate franchise, which fans, which is one of the reasons the franchise has managed to stick around in spite of being ignored by Nintendo. Ed, what about you? Do you think that there are other classic games, as somebody who's played through the library of Nintendo, that could use this sort of same treatment that Metroid has gotten?
Oh yes, everybody is now hoping for F-Zero. Is one of the most popular racers of the Nintendo franchise, and they even got an arcade game, kind of almost like Mario Kart. And people have been wanting this game to come back, definitely with the success of Wipeout on PlayStation. They feel like if Metroid is getting all of this love, definitely, because it's definitely been always loved in America, but it's always been in Japan, it's like just been ignored. So, and it's kind of all the same thing with F-Zero, is that it's been ignored in Japan, but it's still a big thing here in America. So F-Zero is definitely one of the biggest things that people are hoping for. I would love to see F-Zero come back. And, I know a lot of people love Metroid, but F-Zero was the game that really showcased about speed and difficulty and challenge and stuff. If people feel like Mario Kart was too easy, F-Zero was definitely the challenge that people loved and needed. So I could definitely see that coming back. And like even with the detective game, that the Famicom detective thing, maybe we could see more stuff like that get remade and come out here in America. It's kind of showing that Nintendo that if you bring these properties over or even make something new, chances now with the community and the gamers of now, there's more support now than it was in the past. So I could see a lot of more games come out. I can even see Capcom getting Nintendo be like, let's make another top-down Zelda game.
Well, Celeste, was Metroid one of the games that you played growing up, and are there other older titles besides Mario's Missing that you'd like to see Nintendo bring back?
I feel exposed right now. Well, I've actually never played Metroid. In fact, my introduction to that series, it was the original Super Smash Brothers because of Samus. And I would like to play a Metroid game. I know I have it. It's at my disposal. I have no excuses. But you teased me about Mario is Missing, but hear me out. I would love to see Nintendo. Of course, they'd have to team up with some third-party developers. I would love to see Nintendo bring back edutainment games, especially now. Kids have tablets, kids have phones, and I think it'd be really cool, especially with, I'm thinking like Duolingo. How cool would it be to learn Japanese, French, German, whatever, with Mario and some different characters? I think they need to marry those ideas again. I grew up playing Mario Teaches Counting, Mario's early years with preschool, and that made the kind of boring aspects of life, like going to the grocery store, more exciting. Mario shops at the grocery store and he counts his eggs. I don't know. I think that'd be fun.
I kind of think that Nintendo is doing they're doing educational games in a different way. Like I know the kind of games that you're talking about, but I mean, like, you look at Labo, you look at Game Maker Garage, you look at, you know, the Korg music thing that's available on there. Like, you even look at something like a Ring Fit Adventure almost as like it's educating you on, you know, fitness and stuff like that. So it's like they are doing some things that way, but like it would be cool to see them get back into the classroom, like a classroom style educational thing. So, and
I think because they have been having success on mobile, I think it could succeed there on mobile. Like you get a Brain Age design game for mobile, and put it for $5. I think it would do wonders.
I can't believe there's not a Brain Age game on Switch. Where's my Brain Age on Switch?
I think they're planning on bringing out one. There's rumors about it.
I think there was once planned for Japan only. I believe that's what I think we had a story on it a while back.
Why? Because they're the only people that need to be smart.
I mean, they're the only ones that have proven that they can use it.
All right. We're going to move on to our next story. So this is also from Liam Doolam from NintendoLife.com. Sword and Shield leakers required to pay the Pokemon Company $150,000 each. So in 2019, the Pokemon Company International filed a lawsuit against two individuals who leaked images of Pokemon Sword and Shield from an unreleased strategy guide prior to the new game's official release. Both defendants were ordered to pay the Pokemon Company $150,000 each for the damages and attorney's fees. The defendants worked for a company that had been hired to print the strategy guide. They took pictures on the job and then distributed them online. At the time, the Pokemon Company's legal representation said it caused irreparable injury to the brand and undermined the carefully cultivated excitement and interest in the new games. The leak itself revealed the Gigantamax forms, evolutions, and more. So for our consideration, there have been a series of these rulings lately with defendants being forced to pay out large sums of money to Nintendo or Pokemon Company in this case earlier this year. But will these rulings be enough to change the culture around intellectual property theft? Was this a reasonable penalty considering how successful Sword and Shield were? So Celeste, we'll start with you. What do you think? Is this going to change people's approach to intellectual property theft?
I don't know. Going after Nintendo. I mean, we've talked about this so many times. Nintendo's a big dog in this game.
They're probably the toughest dog in this game too, you know.
But even with so many people being forced to pay out this year, do you think that's going to get people's attention?
I don't know. I feel like big companies like Disney and Nintendo, we hear about these stories and people get very incensed very quickly, and then the flame is blown out just as quickly. People move on to the next distraction. I don't know. What do you think?
I want to think that people are going to start getting a little more nervous about it because the sums of money have been so large. That I think is what's grabbing my attention a little bit. I'm actually kind of curious about whether or not this was a fair settlement. They claim that there was irreparable injury because the strategy guides were released. Jacob, you're somebody that's played a lot of Pokemon. Do you? I mean, with successful as Sword and Shield have been, do you feel like this was was there really irreparable damage to Sword and Shield?
Yeah, so while you were giving the news, while you were talking about it, I was like, yeah, no, I agree. People that break the law should this isn't breaking the law, but that whole thing of like, don't come on, man, don't ruin other people's surprises and information and stuff like that. But then you said irreparable damage, and I had to Google it because I was like, I'm pretty sure I'm right, but I have to make sure. Pokemon Sword and Shield was the best-selling Pokemon game since Gold and Silver, which is at the height of Pokemania. Like, I think irreparable damage is a little strong for their sense.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sure in some way they could argue like, oh, well, it would have been even better selling if this didn't happen. But like that irreparable damage makes it sound like the Pokemon as a series is dead now.
Yeah.
Right.
I wonder how many people even knew this even happened that picked up Pokemon, right? Like
I had no idea until David.
Yeah, I didn't have any idea this like it leaked either. Like I had no idea.
Yeah, I knew that the game leaked, but I don't think that this was it exactly. I think this was like other information and things like that, which the game leaking I get mad about leaks when they come from the inside, when somebody from within the company that is creating this thing spreads that information. But like whenever companies send out games for review or like press things or anything like that, and then that press leaks it, that press is like, we don't care about the NDA and things like that. That I'm like, okay, well, shame on you, press, but like I can't be mad about it because you're trying to have, you're trying to do your jobs, trying to make your site relevant. But when they come from the inside like this, it just really that's what irks me because like, man, you're like, you have a job that so many people would love to have, and you're doing stuff like this.
Do they not sign NDAs?
They do. That's like that. They're just like saying, whatever, which is why Nintendo can get away with suing and like taking legal action against them because you sign paperwork, you sign a contract. Yeah, but it's.
Well, I just sometimes like with stuff like this. I mean, I guess I remember at the time when this stuff leaked, but I guess I just assumed cynically that this is all part of a PR strategy to get the word out about the games and generate buzz and excitement. So the fact that this really was like a hostile thing that they ended up winning a suit over really surprised me. Ed, we'll give you last word on this. What do you think of this story?
I think, them getting their money is a good thing. The leak, I kind of feel like this because, the Pokemon company, they control the information that leaks out and stuff. And so, they probably was thinking about this could have caused an upset for a lot of people learning this information, which could have affect sales. When things leak, just look at The Last of Us Part 2. When stuff was coming out and leaked about that, Sony could have had more sales if that stuff didn't come out. And so stuff like that could hurt a game and everything. So, and it could also like hurt the series because now they're going to be blaming Nintendo for this because this information came out, even though Nintendo might not control that content or anything. So if it hurts their sales or their chances of having bigger sales and everything, they need to collect their money. This doesn't stop people from doing it though. People are we talked about people still taking Nintendo IPs and making games out of it and everything, and sometimes try to make a profit out of it. Last month we talked about that one guy who went to court for
represented
Nintendo
himself.
And look at how he ended up making this money and stuff. And I even talked to LeRon about this, just like, why is it always Nintendo IPs and property that people want to fool around with when they don't play? People still have that ego thinking that they could get away with stuff. No, if Nintendo comes from you, you just better drop everything, change your name, and just leave America or wherever you at. Go to a country that don't have.
To play devil's advocate here,
I think he went from 0 to 100 really quickly.
Now, I'm not agreeing with this guy. Like, I think leaking stuff is bad, right? But to play devil's advocate here, especially like the story we talked about last month, it's extremely difficult to play old Nintendo games on modern hardware, right? Like, it's just...
I would disagree. I think it might be expensive, but it's not difficult
to play.
It's not accessible.
Like to play N64 and GameCube games on my Switch is
on your Switch, sure, but
that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but like that's what I'm saying is like I don't know.
Go buy a Wii
U. Yeah, like I feel like it's it's two-toned because because you don't want to have to go out and buy a whole nother system to play a bunch of different games, but like at the same time I don't know if that makes it necessarily difficult, just expensive, because you have to go buy all those games again rather than them providing a cheaper way to buy it. Because now you can't buy Metroid Fusion for $7.99 on the Switch. You know, you have to go buy spend $120 on a Wii U and then go play it there. But I don't know if that necessarily makes it difficult.
To be fair, I have my Wii U and my GameCube hooked up right here. It's fine.
And I just wonder, and I will turn it back over to you, David. I just wonder if you know Nintendo is going to come for you and they're going to get their coins because of the lawsuit. Go do stuff with Sony and Microsoft stuff. If they're not caring about anything about their products, go do that and get away with it. And see what happens. Like, don't touch Nintendo stuff at all. Don't leak none of their stuff. If you know that they are not a company to not mess with, don't do business with them. Don't sign no contract. Let Nintendo handle what Nintendo does. Stay away from them, because the moment you sign something, they're going to be on your tail.
Well, it does seem, and I would have to go back to look, but it does seem like the legal decision and award have been much larger recently than in past months. So it does seem like they're pushing to really make statements and prioritize this more than the past. So I am curious about that. All right, we're going to move on to our next story. So Nintendo to give Forever Entertainment significant financial support and new publishing deal. This is from Ryan Craddock at Nintendo Life. Forever Entertainment SA has announced a new publishing deal with Nintendo, which will see the studio receive financial backing to launch, quote, several games on Switch. Details of the agreement have been shared in a new report filed Friday, June 22nd. It notes that Forever Entertainment will be granted significant financial support from Nintendo to release several titles on Nintendo Switch. Release dates for these games will be communicated in separate ongoing reports. Forever Entertainment has already released lots of games on Switch, including last year's Panzer Dragoon remake. So, curious what you think about this move. Do you think Nintendo should try to lock down services of other studios like this to gain more exclusive content? Is there any downside to this? What are you looking forward to with something like this? Jacob, we'll start with you. What's your reaction to this story?
Start with somebody else. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
I was zoned out reading about something.
No, you're good. You're good. What about other folks on the panel? Did any of you play Panzer Dragoon remake?
I didn't play it, but I heard it like when it initially released. It wasn't great. I know they had a lot of patching and stuff to like get it to where it could be. I mean, it was playable, but like get it to run where like people actually wanted to play it, right? I just feel like I don't really even know anything about Forever Entertainment except that they kind of do port work and kind of like light remake work. So if they're going to remake some stuff, sure, I'll play remakes all day if you want to give them to me. I'm going to try to look them up and see what they've done.
Yeah, I guess that for me, that was the significant part of this story is this idea that Nintendo's bringing aboard and committing significant financial support to companies that specialize in remakes and remasters, because we've talked extensively about Nintendo's library of games that are inaccessible, the success that they've had with bringing these back. So I feel like if we kind of look at these news stories, it seems to be establishing a larger pattern that Nintendo is seeing this business opportunity. And it makes me curious about what 3 games they're going to be making and what that's going to look like. I also, obviously these things are unconnected, but I think about Bethesda and what Xbox did there and how that partnership works so well. And Nintendo can't really counter in that way. They can't bring a big company on board, but I wonder if Nintendo can counter by bringing a bunch of little companies together and having sort of this patchwork of adding just a whole lot of depth to their game library. So that was kind of my thoughts of that. Ed and Celeste, what do you two think?
I think this is something new for Nintendo. Going actually outside to kind of a lesser known company to bring titles to their console. This is a new way of doing exclusivity for certain titles, especially if they're, like Corey said, doing remakes or just even like a small little indie games that people are excited about. You know, Forever Entertainment could be like, oh, you know, we have seen the hype for this game. You know, they're only going to be working on digital. How about we go talk to them, make a deal, and know that we could bring it to Nintendo's platform, and they may sell like 200 some thousand copies, and like give Nintendo, of course, their money back, but also give these developers a chance to be like recognized and be able to sell more games. And so, like, Forever Entertainment can become that new kind of third/second party kind of company for a lot of indies, and maybe titles from Japan for indie games that's never came out. You know, there is a chance to grow a lot of developers, and if this is going to help them be able to publish more titles for Nintendo, for Switch and future consoles, or even handhelds, or even like mobile, this is a great deal. This opens up more opportunities for games to come to the system, because everybody still think that Nintendo don't got games coming, or they don't have games for Switch, and I'm like, you know, they got 1,000+ some games, and this just adds more to the library. So I think this is great for them. This is something new, and you know, like you said, Nintendo don't have to spend all that money trying to get a publisher to bring exclusive games, you know, like full out buy them out. No, they be like, hey, let's go to the places that people are not paying attention to, and like give them some recognition.
I agree with what you were saying, David, about Bethesda and Microsoft. Nintendo wants a piece of that pie as well.
Yeah, it's fascinating. We're at such an interesting moment in... we don't have the console wars anymore. I really do think that that's kind of thing in the past. In a lot of ways, it's sort of the best time in gaming history, I feel like, with what each of the consoles have to offer. And it seems like this is Nintendo's way of doing things. Like, Ed, you said it so beautifully, to pay attention to the spaces no one's looking at. I think that they do that really well. And there's just all these little gems that you can find on the Switch. So I like how Nintendo's doing business right now. Corey, Jacob, any final thoughts as we close out this story?
I was just looking up some of the games that they've done. It looks like they're more of a publisher than a developer. Binary Star Infinity is like one of their more recent games. It's kind of like,
yes, it's so good.
Yeah, that's something from theirs. Panzer Dragoon. They've done one of my favorite games in where'd it go? It's I always forget the name because I hold on, I'll find it. They did the Fear Effect top-down Fear Effect Sedna. They brought that back. Thief Simulator they've done. So they've done a lot of... Phantom Doctrine is the strategy game that I really, really like. And they published that. So they've actually done a lot. They actually have a line of kids games surrounding a teddy bear called Teddy the Wanderer, it seems like. So... yeah, I didn't realize they've done this much. There's probably like 40 something games listed. Gravekeeper they did. So Cooking Simulator, they do the Fishing Simulator games. So they've done a lot. I'm quite impressed with this lineup, actually. So this seems like a good move for Nintendo to get some of these games onto Switch, because I know I've played some of their games there.
Yeah, so I was also looking through the titles, and there's a lot of them that aren't available on the Switch, and there's a lot of them that are available on the Switch already. And so I'm kind of interested to see what, or like, because I feel like Nintendo wouldn't just, I don't know. I like where Ed was coming from with the idea to putting focus on a spot that doesn't have a lot of focus, but I feel like Nintendo wouldn't do that without a reason to do that would personally benefit them. And I don't think, just looking at the games that they have, I don't think that there's a whole lot on there that is not currently on the Switch that is like, oh, hey, we'll help you out if you bring these to the Switch. I think that this is going to be something totally new, and I'm excited to see what that is going to be. But I don't know if it's necessarily just to put a spotlight on them, since they kind of already are spotlighted with having as many games as they do on the Switch right now. But
All right. Well, thank you, panel. We're going to move on to our last story of the day here for Family News. So Nintendo of Europe features 2022 lineup. So this was a tweet that happened recently this week, and they had a really helpful infographic showing just how many big name games Nintendo's got coming out. So this is from Dan Murphy from BossRushGames.com. During E3, Nintendo presented a packaged direct full of new and expected games, which gave us an insight of what's coming down the line for the 2021 and 22 releases. This week, Nintendo of Europe released a helpful graphic to help us keep track of what's coming. And since our viewers can't see the graphic, I'll just spotlight a few of them. So obviously out now, feature on there is Miitopia, Pokemon Snap, Super Mario 3D World, and Bravely Default 2. And then the next phase for summer 2021, we have just started Mario Golf, Outer Wilds, Skyward Sword HD, Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2, No More Heroes 3, Ace Attorney Chronicles, and Legend of Mana. And then in the autumn, we have Sonic Colors, Guardian of the Galaxy, Super Monkey Ball, Metroid Dread, Life is Strange, Diablo 2, and WarioWare. And for winter 2021, we have Mario Party Superstars, Shin Megami Tensei 5, Pokemon Diamond and Pearl, Just Dance 2022 for those diehard fans. And then off into 2022, we have the new Mario Rabbids game, Project Triangle Strategy, Pokemon Legends, and Splatoon 3. So we wrap this up. What do you guys think of Nintendo's 21-22 lineup? How do they stack up against Xbox and PlayStation? Now that E3's settled, the dust is settled, we kind of have a general sense of the gaming landscape for this next year. And are there any titles that have you most excited? So Corey, we'll start with you.
I think Nintendo has a very, I wouldn't say it's like the best holiday lineup they've ever had, but it's definitely a lot of great games, right? I mean, they have Pokemon coming out, which is obviously their top tier thing coming out. New Metroid, it seems, is going to sell pretty wildly. I feel like there's a lot of complementary games in this lineup, which, works to their favor, I think, because there's 85 plus million Switches out there at this point, with Advance Wars 1 and 2 coming out. Sonic Colors is a great Sonic game by all accounts. And then moving into next year, we have Pokemon and Zelda and all that stuff. So I think Nintendo has a really strong lineup, but I feel that way every year that, they have, one or two kind of heavy hitters for the year, and then they have a lot of complementary things. I'm excited for a lot. I actually made a list of the games that I'm excited for. First of all, Monster Hunter Stories 2, which I will talk about when we get to playing with power. I have had zero interest in Monster Hunter for a long time. Like, there's been times where I'm like, maybe I'll get this one, maybe I'll play it. And I did that with Rise. I'm like, maybe I'll play it, maybe I'll get it. Then I didn't. Monster Hunter Stories 2 is one heck of a game to keep it family friendly. Obviously, Skyward Sword HD, I think a lot of people are going to give that game a second chance because A, it's on Switch, B, you don't have to use the full motion controls, which is what I'm excited for. I think Shin Megami Tensei 5 is going to get a lot of people excited just because it's we don't really have Persona, but this is the series that Persona spun off of, and it's on I think 3 and 4 were on 3DS, right? DS and 3DS respectively. So I really feel like this is the time for the series to become big. I feel like this is going to be the Persona 4 Golden of the series, right? Where people will talk about it, people want to play it, people want it on everything, right? Like, I feel like that's going to be a heavy hitter, and then Mario Party is going to sell 20 million units. I think.
Really? You think so?
Dude, I think so many people, especially parents, have so many fond memories of the Nintendo 64 Mario parties. And the fact that they're giving us the best of those games, and they're going to be able to play with their kids. Switch Lite, if people bought their kids Switch Lites, you're all going to be able to play together. You don't have to use the Joy-Cons. There's online play. This is the Mario Party that's going to get people excited. Super Mario Party was fine. it's kind of a letdown until they added online play, and then I could play with my friends. But I think this is the Mario Party that's going to people are going to be like, Mario Party's back, So I really do think Mario Party All Stars, or what's it called? Mario Party
Superstars.
All Stars Superstars.
Not to be confused with Super Mario Party.
Right.
Yeah.
Which I don't know why they didn't just use Super Mario Party again, but it's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine. This is the Mario Party that's going to sell 20 million units. I'm calling it by this time next year. Maybe by Christmas next year, 20 million units. It's going to be up there.
Wow. All right. Jacob, you want to jump in?
Yeah. My wallet hurts.
Yeah.
As everyone says, this is such a crazy. Every single month has at least one $60 game that I want to buy. Corey had mentioned it that there's usually like a couple big hitters that are in, but then there are some that you're like, I'll wait a little bit. I've got some games in my backlog I need to play. Every single month has a game that I want to buy and play.
I didn't say wait a little bit. I said these are good library fillers.
Yeah. But that means that you could wait a little bit. You don't have to be there on day one.
I don't wait. We're not waiting around here.
No, we're not, because all of these games are wonderful. I did want to call attention to the Danganronpa Decadence.
Mm-hmm.
Don't sleep on Danganronpa. Momokuma is an amazing little teddy bear. Everybody will love him.
Amazing. He's scary. What are you talking
he's
about?
He's wonderful. He's so good.
No, he murders children.
He's a wonderful bear.
He's like anime Saw is what Danganronpa is. He just makes everybody murder themselves.
You're not wrong. Yeah, you're not wrong at all. Yeah, dude. Oh, I love Momokuma though. If I could get a giant Momokuma plushie to like snuggle with at night, that'd be wonderful. Yeah, don't sleep on Danganronpa. That's a great series. And then I also wanted to bring attention, kind of similarly to Mario Party Superstars, because I can't stress enough to those of you who maybe didn't grow up with the N64 Mario Parties about how wonderful they are compared to like the Wii U. I don't think there was one on the Wii U. There was?
Mario Party 10 was on the Wii U, and you rode in a car, and it sucked.
That was awful. It was awful. Those games are terrible. Mario Party Superstars has actually good boards and actually good mini games, and it has online play and the ability to pause your game and resume it later. So like, do not sleep on that. The only downside is that it's still only a 4-player board game, but that makes sense because it'd be hard to get more than that in there. But like,
we need 8 players. 8-player Mario Party. They did it for Smash. They can do it for Mario.
They can do it for Mario Party.
I want 8-player bumper balls, guys.
Oh wow.
Also, one last thing for me is RIP to Just Dance. First time I think that Just Dance isn't coming out on the Wii since a very long time.
You can put your Wii's away, guys. Just Dance is
time to get a Switch now. Unfortunately, y'all got to put your Wii away to get your Just Dance.
Oh wow,
I love it.
So one of the things that this list made me think of, and then Celeste and Ed will get to you guys in just a moment, was back in February, I believe, Nintendo projected its numbers for this financial year, and they had massive numbers. And we thought at the time that must mean the Switch Pro's coming out, because how else could you explain them projecting that much profits? So looking at this list of huge games they got, and keeping in mind that we will probably get another direct here at the end of August or September announcing more games, does this start to fill that in for you a little bit now with those projected numbers? Mm-hmm. What do you guys think of that?
Yeah, I think like you're projecting, right, you got 2 major Pokemon games, 3 technically, 3 Pokemon games coming out. You have a big seller in Mario Party. You have 2 Zelda games announced, right? You have a new Metroid, which is, Amazon's top selling game for 2 weeks in a row now. Yeah, this is exactly what Nintendo was talking about, and you got a lot of indies coming. I'm sure we'll get an indie showcase sometime soon. I'm sure we'll get a indie or a third-party partner direct at some point. Like, I think Nintendo has masterfully crafted their release dates since the Switch has come out. Like, they've got a heavy hitter every month or 6 weeks, or every 4 to 8 weeks they have a heavy hitter, right, surrounded by a bunch of indies, maybe some niche Japanese games, right, or third-party games, right? There's a lot of third-party partners, it's been crazy seeing the droughts that the Wii U had and how much I loved that console, but you can't deny the drought of games that console had, right? To the fact that Switch has had major releases time after time, month after month, and it's just going to continue. And it just seems like every year, like, how can they top this? And then they end up doing it. Like we're getting Metroid Dread this year, guys. Like that game was announced in 2004. Okay, 2004. I was a junior in high school when that game was announced. Okay, I'm now 34 years old with 2 kids. This is a Kingdom Hearts situation here, guys.
Oh, the movie.
It's worse than that.
Ugh.
Right.
No, hopefully Metroid will be better than Kingdom Hearts 3. Be honest here.
Celeste, what about you? What are you looking forward to over the next year from Nintendo?
Super Monkey Ball.
Ooh.
WarioWare.
Ooh.
Life is Strange, although I do have the ability to play it on, I believe, Xbox. I believe this one. Those are the games I'm most looking forward to. I have such fond memories of WarioWare, especially. Who else has played it? Okay, if you just want nonsense with your friends, it's so ridiculous. The little, what is it? Fast time reaction. I think what's the term for it?
Quick time events.
Quick time events, like pulling someone's nose hairs in 3 seconds. It's just ridiculous, and it was really fun on the Wii to have to watch people do those motions. And Super Monkey Ball, I used to love playing pool with the little monkeys and their balls on the GameCube one. I'm really looking forward to those. And Skyward Sword. I'm looking forward to Skyward Sword. I still need to get Mario Golf. I didn't get it last weekend.
Because you don't sound so sure about Skyward Sword there, Celeste. You kind of
played it already, so it's. If I hadn't played it before, I'd be a little bit more excited. I like Skyward Sword. I really do. I love the little rimlets.
Can we talk about how great that art style is going to look in HD? Ed, remember when we used to have conversations about that early on in the show? And like, Skyward Sword, if this was just like, if this was in HD, right? If they would just move it to the Wii U, like, this game would be amazing looking. Like, it would just, It
would be beautiful. Yeah, it is. Okay, I believe it's the Farron region with the forest and the water. It's like walking into a Monet painting. It is just beautiful. I am excited for it, Corey. Since I've played it already. I know what happens.
I know. I also played about 10 hours of that game, and I hated my life for those 10 hours.
10 hours?
Oh, gosh.
No, you've got to ride some mine carts.
Look, I will play it on the Switch because I don't have to do one of these, right?
The Skyward Strike is the worst. That didn't work.
Thank you, David. I had to get my then partner, my then boyfriend to beat Demise for me because I was about to break the TV.
Waving the Wiimote, trying to get it to work while you're being stabbed to death.
Can I make a Skyward Sword prediction just real quick? The entire internet is going to absolutely hate the waggle sword controls with the joystick. No one's going to like that.
Think so?
Yeah, I don't think I think everyone's so hopeful, and it's just going to be awful.
They did say they're making a lot of quality of life improvements similar to what they did with Wind Waker and Twilight Princess, though. So I hope that includes some, maybe not like the bigger enemies where like, you're going to need to do certain strikes, but like, look, every time I see a Skulltula or like a Bogoblin or something, like I don't want to have to like figure out which strike to use to murder them, right?
The best quality of life improvement I think they could do on that is make the enemy's reaction speed slower.
Yeah.
So that you could have time to process what strike you needed to do and then do it and then
Well, I do think that the I was going to say the Wiimote. That's not right. The Joy-Cons will be so much more fine-tuned that people actually probably will end up enjoying the motion controls. Ed, I want to get to you and your last thoughts, but let me just set it up by saying this. Earlier this year, PlayStation announced that they were going to focus on their blockbuster titles at the expense of other stuff. Looking at this list from Nintendo, they seem to have found a way to do blockbuster titles and have library stuffers. What do you think about that comparison?
Think of 2019. Just think of 2019, how they went from Fire Emblem Three Houses, Astral Chain, Link's Awakening, Dragon Quest 11, like they had all of these big games, but then you had something like Demon X Machina. You had all of these indie games that came out, and it was always a good balance of it. And they didn't focus. They focused on blockbusters if they wanted to, but they also gave airtime to the indie games. You know, the indie directs, the indie world, even the stuff that was in Japan and the UK that America didn't know. They gave some kind of marketing to those games that was coming. So Nintendo has always been balancing stuff. It's just hearing that Sony is only going to focus on one thing because of definitely, I can understand why, because of sales. They're strong with their first party, and their first party games have made major sales, especially with them now bringing a lot of their titles to PC. That's more sales. So if something fails on PlayStation 5 that doesn't do well, they got PC, and the PC crowd will eat it up and give them better sales than the console. So definitely looking at this list, you know, we haven't even talked about Disco Elysium that's coming. Plague's Tale, Innocence, and Requiem coming to Switch. Like, there's also games that's still being announced to fill out this list that we didn't even know. Fatal Frame, Water Black Maiden, like, people didn't even play that on Switch. They're giving this game a chance now on Switch. I mean, they come out on Wii U. So I think what Nintendo was doing is like, this is still AAA, AA, indie games. It's just anything that, you know, when they said in the E3 Direct that we have stuff for everybody. So if there's a particular game that's not for you, there's going to probably be another game that is for you. You may not even care about Metroid Dread, but hey, you might actually like you might actually like Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword. You know, they got stuff like that for you. So I think what they're doing for this year and what they got planned for next year is strong. Microsoft and Sony is struggling to get stuff out. Like, they're the most that Microsoft really got it. I would give that to them because they got Psychonauts 2 coming out. They got Halo Infinite coming out, and they got Forza Horizon 5 coming out. Those are big three games for Microsoft. They don't got nothing else really coming out for them. They got some indie games, but Nintendo got so much planned. It's gonna be like, where do I focus my game time at? Because yes, you got Game Pass for those games, and that's great. But Nintendo's going to be racking up money because people are going to be buying those games.
Yeah, I have one thought on that too, Ed. Just, I know we want to move on to dock mode and stuff, but I have a lot of thoughts on everything that Ed just said. But I'm going to take the thing that pertains to Nintendo the most, right? Sony and Microsoft spend an exorbitant amount of money on their first party games, and bigger studios spend so much money on their games. Nintendo is the king of efficiency, right? And if they can't be perfect, they're willing to delay the game and put out something else, right? They have games that sit on shelves for years before they release them, in case they have to fill a hole, right? Like, and they have that. They have almost all of the Wii U library coming over too, right? Like, we're missing 8 or 9 games total, I think, now, in terms of big Wii U games that haven't made it over. Xenoblade Chronicles X and 2 Zelda games, to name a few. But I feel like Nintendo, in terms of budgeting and time, and, well, not time management, but like budgeting out games for themselves and being able to partner with other, like, Nintendo's the only company that's made money on every single console that they've ever put out, right?
Including the Wii U.
Yeah, including the Wii U. Yeah, and that's something that the other consoles can't say, right? Microsoft is losing a butt ton of money on the Xbox, but they can afford that because they're Microsoft, right? Like, gaming is like 5% of their company at this point. Sony needs to have these major AAA titles that they will push and push money towards it to get it right, and that's great. But and you look at something like Breath of the Wild and how amazing that game is. Nintendo's the king of asset efficiency. You see the trees and stuff. Yeah, they are able to hide the way their assets look, right? But it's still the same assets, right? You look at Mario, like the warp pipe is a warp pipe is a warp pipe, and that's why those game files are so small. Yeah, Sony's production values, you can look at them and say, yeah, they're more cinematic than Nintendo's. They take, you look at something like The Last of Us. I don't know if Nintendo is capable of making something like The Last of Us, but I don't want Nintendo to be capable of making The Last of Us. You know what I mean? Like I don't need that from Nintendo. And I think they're just the kings of efficiency and the kings of fun, and they know how to make a great game and where fun comes from. And I think that's why we all like Nintendo.
David, just with the two stories of the Wii U with Metroid and Forever Entertainment, that plays a part in what they're doing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So yes, what this fall is going to be looking like. People are going to be going out to buy games, whether it's going to be physically or digitally for Nintendo. So I think what they're doing, and definitely when we get to 22, we still have Bayonetta, we still have Metroid Prime 4, we still have Breath of the Wild, whatever that is going to be.
Yeah, I mean, next year is stacked. You look at the AAA games that are, you could realistically say could come out next year. Pokemon Legends, Breath of the Wild 2, Metroid Prime 4, Bayonetta 3, Splatoon 3. Yeah. And, probably some sort of Smash Ultimate Gold Edition or something where, like, hey, all the characters out. Next year, we're going to make a big celebration of, hey, here's the edition that comes with all the characters, Like,
right. And
I feel like that's 7 games right there that next year. 7 massive AAA games.
And I think that's when Nintendo... Yeah. And that's when Nintendo has to worry about Microsoft, not Sony yet.
So that's. I did. Sorry, I don't want.
No, Jacob, take us out. You'll be our last comment, and then we'll just turn it over to Ed.
So Nintendo is very good at this at balancing everything because they've done it for so long, because they've had handheld and console, and they've had to make great games for both and keep both of them afloat, and that's made everyone go, oh, well, they're not releasing a whole lot of console games this year because they're focusing on handheld. Now they don't have to do that. And then the second thing is you had mentioned about how like they had really high projections. Their fiscal year ends March 2022. That's when their fiscal year ends, is the end of the first quarter of the year. So they could easily release the Switch Pro during that, like they did with the regular Switch.
February, and they could be like, oh, we're going to release it in February and boost our numbers if we need to. That's probably, you see all these Switch Pro rumors. Sorry, I know we need to move on. You see all these Switch Pro rumors. If they are like with it, it's probably one of those projects that's just sitting on the shelf, right? Like these games that they're waiting to release, right?
Microsoft shelf.
Yeah, it's just like, Microsoft shelf. So, okay, I'm done. I'm sorry.
No, it's all right. It was a great conversation. Did you finish your thought, Jacob?
No, that was it. It's just like that they have stuff that they can release, but they don't need to because it's their like, oh no, we're not doing well. Let's drop Metroid Trilogy. Let's drop Breath of the Wild, not Breath of the Wild 2, but like that they can always dip into stuff that's really easy that they can get out real quick. The day they release Mother 3 in translation is when you're like, maybe Nintendo's not doing so hot, because that's like the thing that
last year they released Animal Crossing and Paper Mario.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, and Hyrule Warriors.
And
Well, like it only takes one game from them to boost their numbers in an insane way. So it is better.
All right, crew. Well, that has been a very fascinating discussion and the end of our family news segment. So, Ed, we're back to you.
All right, everybody, it's time for Doc Mode. In this second episode of Nintendo Pow Block Celebration, we're joined by our friends to talk about what Nintendo Pow Block means to them and just have a discussion about memorable moments on the show. So, Jacob.
Well,
Celeste.
hold on. I have Dan's. I want to play Dan's first. You know, Dan's not here. The plan was to have everybody here, right? Like, it's a Smash Ultimate situation. Everybody's here. But I want to. Dan couldn't be here because I think he said he's working. But I want to play his message real quick. This is the first time I'm listening to it. I don't know if you guys probably won't be able to hear it, but the live audience will be able to hear it, and then people in the, playing the show on the podcast feeds will be able to hear it. So I'm gonna open this up, and I'm gonna press play. Maybe. Hold on. Here we go. Technical difficulties. Nope. Here we go. Let's see. All right, everybody, just be quiet. I haven't listened to this yet, so it's 4 minutes and 27 seconds long. So bear with me.
Hey everybody, it's Dan here. Sorry I couldn't make it to episode 250. I hope you guys are enjoying the show so far. I just wanted to chime in and give a little bit of background on how I got onto the show and just the relationships with the people I met and what the show means to me. So I think I joined back in August or September of 2020. You know, the pandemic kind of forced us all onto the internet and meeting people online and really kind of figuring out new hobbies and everything like that. I've been a guest on the Super Switch Heads podcast, which Celeste Roberts had listened to. And her and I were friends on Twitter. I don't even remember how we ended up being friends on Twitter. I think I just found her through another Zelda podcast. But she had reached out and said, we're looking for people to do PlayStation or Xbox podcasts or anything like that. And I actually reached out to her and said, I don't really know much about them, but if anything, Nintendo pops up. So she actually had me on to guest for an indie episode with Ed and Corey and Celeste. And there was that indie direct that dropped in August of last year. It had Hades, it had Raji, it had Evergate, had a whole handful of games. And being on that episode, it was just really fun. It felt like we were just hanging out, talking with friends, and it flowed really nicely. And these guys ended up inviting me back, which was great. And I didn't expect it. So going forward, I spent time guesting here and there on Pow Block until about October-ish or November, when they needed to fill seats because Celeste ended up leaving and Corey had other things to do. So I ended up taking a full spot with David at the same time. And it's been just such a fun experience since then. Working with Corey has been great. He's so supportive all the time. Anything I bring up to him that I want to do, he's like, yeah, sure, let's do it. We'll support you the whole way. The thing is, half the time I don't even finish what I suggested to him anyway. But, he's always there for me. Working with Ed has just been a pleasure. I wish I had a quarter of his energy or even match his enthusiasm at all. It's really just a fun time podcasting with him. He's so knowledgeable and just so entertaining to have around. Celeste, I can't thank her enough just for even getting me onto the show and promoting other people and just putting things out there for everybody. So it was really nice having Celeste around. I hope she comes back more often. David, you can't say enough about him. He has been absolutely killing it with this website. I've been kind of helping him out with that, and he's just very professional, just a very, very easy person to work with. David's been a good friend, and I'm glad I've met everybody through this. And Jacob too, Jacob is always impressing me with everything that he does. He streams all the time. He helps produce our show. When he handles our Twitter account, it's excellent. And on top of that, he's taking care of his own personal life. And it's really cool to just see how everybody works and how the Nintendo Pow Block team just works. We have a deep bench. We have people that are enthusiastic. It's just such a great show to be on, and I'm so happy to be part of it, and I can't wait to see what comes next in the next 50 episodes when we get to episode 300. So thank you for everything, guys. I appreciate everybody who listens to the show and promotes us and joins our community online, and I will see you next episode. Bye.
All right. So you just heard Dan's message, everybody watching and stuff. That was the first time I listened to it. I don't know if you guys were trying to listen to it through the stream or anything, but I'm glad, even though he's not here, I'm glad Dan is a part of this team. I'm glad everybody here is a part of this team. I just kind of, Ed and I already had a 2-hour show gushing about this show, right? I just want to say one thing, because I don't really have a lot to say. When Ed and I started the show, we had, it was me, Ed, and Adrian, who's a developer over at the Frozen Machine. Great guy. We just wanted to hang out and talk about Nintendo, right? We never thought this is where we would be. We never thought any of this at the time. And yeah, we had goals, we had things that we wanted to try to do, but it was never to this extent. And the fact that the 6 of us, and pulling people in from Boss Rush or guests or other places, and it just I never thought when we started this show that we would be doing it 6 years later, let alone having just the best people to work with. It's just been a pleasure the last few months, and I kind of went through I don't want to say a hard time, but like when I left, to kind of fix other areas of Boss Rush and try to lift up those areas. Like, as much as it pained me to give up hosting the show and give up my, being on the show for a couple months and trying to lift up other shows, I knew that this show was in good hands. Like I wasn't, this is the show that I'm never worried about. If I'm here, if I'm not here, right, the show will go on. If Ed's out, somebody can host, right? Like if David's out, one of us can take on news, right? Like if I'm out, Jacob can produce, right? Like this is the only show that I don't worry about, and I just want to thank you guys for making this show infinitely better by being here and pulling your weight and being fun and knowledgeable and energetic and passionate. And David, you do a lot with the website and stuff. Like I can't thank you enough for that. Celeste with 1v1s and the interviews and stuff. Like, I listen to those probably 3 or 4 times before they're actually posted. But it's Ed, you and I don't need to say anything about you. We already did that. And Jacob, like you were a nice surprise addition, right? Like I'm glad you're here, and that that used to be a big joke when I would say, "Oh, I'm so glad you're here," for other people, right? But like you're just as passionate like as Ed in a different way, and it's so much fun. It's so much fun when you're here. And obviously Dan, like I love having Dan here too. He does so much work too, and it's just like I don't know. This show means so much to me, and it means even more to me now than it did when we were just 2 idiots talking about our love for the Wii U, like, oh, Paper Mario Color Splash comes out in 6 months. Let's, I don't know, talk about Zelda again. So I don't really have much else to say. I just want to thank everybody for all the hard work and passion and fun that you bring to this show every week. So I'm gonna be done talking now.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna start with you, Jacob. What do you like? You coming on Nintendo Pow Block? Like, what are your thoughts about it?
Man, I kind of have to echo a little bit of what David said. Not David, I'm sorry, Dan. But I feel like David might have a similar story. I'm not sure. In that Celeste brought me here. Um, I saw Ed's call out for anyone who could join for the show, because Celeste retweeted it, and I remember it perfectly. I was sitting at my desk at work. It was almost time to clock off, and I was like, yeah, why not? I'll send out an I'm down and see if they're up, like if they haven't gotten anybody yet. I don't know how long the tweet's been out there for. And sure enough, Ed got back to me and was like, yeah, absolutely, come on up, come on in. And Celeste put in a good word for me. And that first episode that I was on, we talked about the Switch Pro, and that was Dan talking about, like, trying to defend the fact that he was getting a shoe, and it was one of the best. Like, I don't know why my craziness clicked with y'all, but I'm really thankful for it. But like I remember talking about how, like, I predicted exactly how they were going to show it off, which never actually happened. Talking about, like, a dark stage, but Doug Bowser coming out and being like, 3 years ago we released the Switch. But it's the best part about Boss Rush in general, though, and Pow Block especially, because that's what I mostly interact with, is that, like, I've had a lot of things happen in my life where I get really distracted really easily, and even, like, Dan was talking about how he was impressed with what I do, but, like, I'm honestly not impressed with myself, but just surprised that I keep myself together, like, on a daily basis, because I'm so scatterbrained, and I'm constantly impressed by how much Ed and Corey and Celeste and David and Dan hold things together and get so much done while having their regular lives, because I feel like I honestly have, I had, like, an emotional battle with myself about, like, should I even be on this episode? Because, like, I don't really do a whole lot. Like, I mostly just kind of show up when I'm needed and talk about Nintendo, which is, I do that even if you didn't want me to. So, like, but the coolest thing about all that is that, like, there's never any judgment. There's never any, like, oh, I'm sorry, you called out for too many shows. You can't be on anymore. We don't have time for you. Like, I took a whole month off because I was helping my dad with his house, and I was working on my house, and I was just honest with Ed. I have to have one day off. Yeah, one night off, because I worked on Monday anyways. And it's like, Ed was like, yeah, go for it. It's okay. We'll be here right when you get back. And it's just like, my glasses are steaming up because I'm blushing so much. It's just the vibe that Pow Block especially has is so special, in that it really is absolutely a family, and that people care about each other, and more than just oh yeah, I co-host a show with them. Like, it's a lot of love on Pow Block and on Boss Rush in general, and I'm happy to be a part of it, no matter how small of a part that I play. And I just consider myself lucky that I'm here.
Okay, David, how do you feel about Pow Block? What it means to you, and if you want to talk about some moments, you can. It's up to you.
Yeah, I stepped out of the room for a moment and didn't realize I could have listened to the Twitch stream of Dan, so I'll have to catch Dan's thing live. It's kind of obvious now, but I appreciate what everybody else was saying, and I was thinking about my own journey to get here. Actually, 1 year ago today, I started at Zelda Dungeon, and if that hadn't happened, Celeste never would have accidentally reached out to me instead of David Nystrom. So that was fortuitous, and worked out really well. And I remember we did a 1v1. We did a 1v1 together, Celeste, and not too long after, Corey had asked about if I'd want to come on Pow Block, and I remember being really hesitant to do that because I'm a super big introvert in real life, and the thought of coming on a podcast kind of terrified me. But
that's why all my friends have end buttons on their screen.
Yeah, right. So, I don't know. Like, I was just so glad to come on, and it's been life-changing for me. And I feel like it's been one of the best things about the pandemic. I know the pandemic has been really awful for a lot of people, but for me, it slowed that life down enough where I could do stuff that I'm really passionate about, like writing about games and coming on podcasts, and something about me in real life, being an introvert. I have a hard time making friends just because my default is just to be at home in front of my TV with my Switch or reading a book. And it's like I have to like force myself to be social, and apologies to all my friends over the years that I've lost for just like disappearing on them. But with Pow Block, it does feel like family. And I feel like I found my people, if that makes sense. And, Jacob, you talked about it not being a judgmental culture here, and I feel like that's so true. And one of the reasons why, as like an introvert, I felt so safe to just kind of be myself is that it feels like we really have put together a community that's so welcoming, and I think Pow Block's a big part of that. So that I'll shut up now. That's kind of my thoughts on this last year. So
Pow Block is a big part of it. Like it's not just a part of it. It is the big part of it. Like Ed and Jesse and I were talking last night because, just a small behind the scenes things. We're really trying to figure out what to do with the Boss Rush podcast proper, because like, we created the Boss Rush podcast because we didn't really have time to do Arsenal X and Pow Block. So we kind of merged the shows, right? Like we took how many months was it, Ed? 3 months, I think, away from Pow Block, and people were upset that we did that, to say the least. But when we brought those two shows back, like, long story short, we're trying to figure out what to do with Boss Rush podcast because we don't want it to step on the toes of the other shows. But like we say, the Boss Rush podcast is the flagship show of the Boss Rush Network or whatever, but I put up a poll a couple weeks ago, like, what show do you feel like is the flagship show? And Pow Block won by like 30%. Pow Block, I feel like Pow Block has built our community, right? Like this show means a lot. Like Nintendo means a lot to a lot of people, right? And the fact that we've built a show that is welcoming to all kinds of Nintendo fans, right? Like I'm totally different from Ed, who's totally different from Jacob, who's totally different from David and Celeste, right? Like we're all different people, but our love of Nintendo has brought us together, and we're all friends because of it. And that's what I love about Nintendo, is like, it doesn't matter how old you are, how weird you are, how family oriented you are, or how, introverted you are, extroverted. Like Nintendo brings people together, right? It's the one thing that we can all point to, and we can all have a good time just talking about Nintendo games, and it's fun and it's exciting. And Switch has made it even more exciting than ever to talk about Nintendo. And yeah, sorry, I said I wasn't going to talk again, but like you guys all mean so much to me, and I know I don't really say it a lot. I try to say, hey, thank you for what you're doing, right? Like through DMs and whatever, but like this show means so much to me, and you guys mean so much to me for helping us build this show into what it is, and the community and the people that we've met, and it's just wonderful. It's wonderful. So,
Celeste.
It's all Megan's fault. She reached out to me on Twitter, and I guess it's actually the WASD and Beyond guys' fault, because they tweeted something about Pow Block and I liked it, and then Megan reached out to me and she said, "Oh, you're with Another Zelda podcast. Do you like other Nintendo games?" Yes, I sure do. And I was on the PlayStation recap episode for the showcase last year, and that was the first time I'd ever been on a podcast, and I felt really nervous because I don't play a lot of PlayStation games. And then they asked me to be on Pow Block. And I have a very fond memory of talking about food with Ed when he found out I lived in Louisiana. He was like, "Can I marry your grandmother? Because I noticed that Louisiana grandmas make the best gumbo." I was like, no,
he did say that.
You want to be my grandpa?
If you want to hear the very weird origins of Snacktendo, you can go back to that episode.
I'm gonna have to tell my grandma about it. She probably won't know what I'm talking about because she still doesn't fully grasp what a podcast is. So, bless her heart. But yeah, and then Corey and I had a really fun flying by the seat of our pants episode about our favorite beaches in Nintendo games. I love that episode. I love talking about locations.
You just tweeted about it last week, I think.
I did, because it's summertime. Let me know what your favorite beach in a Nintendo game is. And just, I don't really get to keep up with video games like everybody else does. It's really lame. It's really bad. But I didn't feel like I could contribute as much, so I like guesting whenever I can. The 1v1s are really my favorite. I love interviewing people. I might seem like an extrovert, but I think I'm an ambivert. I like meaningful conversations. I don't like small talk. I don't like schmoozing. But if someone's willing, I will find out everything about them in 5 minutes.
It is true.
Thank you all for letting me be my crazy, strange self on here and talking about food and band media with David and Dan and Galutrad, for being a fan of Another Zelda podcast, and now being working with you, being a part of Boss Rush. I get a little verklempt because I think about sweet life moments, like, well, in the Boss Rush Twitter chat, hey, look at my dog. Look, I'm this person's engaged. This person's going through a rough time, and I don't know. It's a good family feeling.
Yeah. For me, I definitely appreciate everyone who comes on. Definitely appreciate you guys helping me out, helping Corey out, like just coming on and talking about games and just being yourself, you know. We, like Corey said, we've been doing it for 6 years, and the moment Corey probably met me, he probably thought that I was odd or anything, but
I still think you're odd, Ed. That hasn't changed. I just know you more now.
But I think my oddness clicked in a sense because I think he saw how passionate I was about Nintendo, and just doing regular talks and, you know, talking to you, Celeste, to you, Jacob, to Dan, to David, to Shane, to Stephanie, to Laura, to even Jesse, Jack, you know, Geek Bro, definitely talking to Beyond and EXP, talking about the console crew, like interacting with everybody. It always feels like I know you guys for a long time. It don't even take no more, like, let's say I don't know everything about you in 5 minutes. To me, within that 5 minutes, I feel like I've known you forever, in a sense. And when you guys came on Nintendo Pow Block and just help shape the show and have fun with me and even roll with the punches, be like, this feels weird, but then just get into it and realize that, oh wow, we just did a podcast, we just had an episode. It really means a lot to me, and it's really been a fun ride, and I can't wait to do more. Definitely with you, Celeste, talking about the food, and I was just like, Corey, we had to keep her. Can't let her go. You know, talking to David being my not only my editor-in-chief, but helping me with my writing, but talking all things Zelda. You know, the quiz show. I keep going back to the point that I asked LaRon that Zelda question, and you kept calling out. It's just like it's a hilarious moment. I apologize once again for calling Majora's Mask a side quest sequel, but I thought that was like funny. But like talking to you, Jacob, you know, being able to go on your stream and everything, you just, you know, recording the show when Corey was out, and send it to me so I can get it edited, because I was having trouble with OBS, and I probably still do. But you coming in and helping with production and helping me and stuff, that really means a lot. So definitely, when not trying to make you cry or anything, when I sent you, for anybody who don't know, that I brought some eShop cards and sent that a certain amount for Jacob to play new Pokemon Snap, because he wasn't going to be able to get it. And I was just like, oh no, that's not going to happen. You have done so much that here's some money, go buy the game. And like literally on stream, he told the whole other community, even before he would continue the game, he just like, well, I guess I'm going to be playing Pokemon Snap with you guys. And that's the kind of family that I love, that I'm able to help out and do everything because you guys help me out to do it. And I feel like Nintendo Pow Block means a lot to me, because I think I even told you, Celeste, in my 1v1, that I was just like, I didn't have friends to talk about video games. And now 6 years later, I have a family of people, to talk all kinds of manner of video games, especially with Nintendo. Y'all know how crazy I go about Nintendo and stuff. So I really thank you guys. I thank you, Dan, definitely. When you hear this, I thank you just for coming on and, being able to lead the pack, be like, okay, we got to get this moving, keeping us straight and everything. But I love the fact that not only did you introduce indie games, but I get to nerd out with role playing games with you, JRPGs and everything. And I know that if I can't be on the show, you can handle the hosting and stuff. You don't have to be energetic. I just love when you host and everything, and you are organized way than me. David, you are organized way
I think that's what we needed, though. Like you and I are so unorganized when it comes to this show. Like before everybody came on, it was just like oh, well, let's pull up some tabs and see what we can talk about.
Yeah. But it's been it continues to be a fun journey. And I love when everybody comes on. I'm trying to find a way to get Austin on, because he wants to talk about Nintendo. I like when LeBron comes on and we nerd out with him. And even though he may not be a big Nintendo fan, it's still great to hear from different shows and different.
Hey, there's a new Monster Hunter game out. He'll be on.
He'll be on. Trust me, he'll be on. To nerd out and just being able to just interact with you guys, and whether you listen to Nintendo Pow Block or you're just finding out about us. I want to actually thank the community and thank the listeners for listening to us for 6 years. Or if you are new to it, thank you for listening to us, for downloading the podcast, for watching the videos on YouTube, watching the pod clips, coming on our Discord, or even, commenting on our blogs and everything about Nintendo. It really matters, because it showcases that not only are you interested in, but the quality that we deliver. And our thing is just like with Nintendo, we just want people to have fun. You guys really make the show like really fun. We could disagree about some things at times. I could end up being wrong 95% of the times. I make wacky predictions and stuff, but I love to do that stuff with you guys, because I feel like it's really fun and it's a different way of thinking of things. So any last words for anybody before we get to Play with Power?
Just thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for editing everything, Corey. I know you received a lot of footage, and thank you, David, for helping with the writing team and spearheading that. And thank you, Galutrad, for sharing your streams, and thank you, Ed, for being everybody's little ray of sunshine all the time. And
you can always count on Ed to make you smile if you're having a bad day. Let's be honest.
Absolutely. I've legit tweeted out stuff that I was like, I know Ed will respond to this, and he will not let me down.
Yeah. just thank you, everybody. Not just you 5 or 6 people here, like everybody in the live chats and the download the shows, leave us reviews, the Discord, the Facebook groups, like everybody, thank you. So
yes,
here's to 250 more, hopefully.
Yes. David, any last words on your part?
No, I just appreciate the opportunity to be a part of the team, and I'm excited to see what the next 250 looks like.
All right. Well, everybody, with that, we're going to get into playing with power. David, what have you been playing with power?
I have been playing a ton of the Age of Calamity DLC, and I just love it. I think it's great, and I think when this game's all said and done, I think it's going to be just a masterpiece. I love it. I know that it's a very divisive game, and some people really didn't care for Age of Calamity, but I am so impressed by how well it was put together, and that the stuff that they've added in this first round of DLC is great. I also had an interesting experience this week because I've been playing Jedi Fallen Order, which I know is a little bit of a different style of game, but it's still a melee combat game. And what I think is interesting, I love how cinematic it is. I'm really enjoying my Xbox Series X, but when I came back to Switch and played some more Age of Calamity DLC, I was just blown away by how smooth the melee fighting is on Age of Calamity versus a game like Jedi Fallen Order, which I know that they're supposed to be a little different, but still, it just was so much more immersive on Nintendo. And it just reminded me what I love about Nintendo, which is that they put gameplay first. And, I dig the stories that they can tell on Xbox or PlayStation, but man, gameplay is fun on Nintendo.
Gameplay is king. If like you can tell the greatest story you ever told in your life, but if the game isn't fun to play, like I'm out. One of the biggest things I get is from people is like, "Oh, you don't like The Last of Us?" No, because I don't really care for dark tone stories like that. Like I just don't. But it's not fun to play to me. Like I think the shooting is bad. I think the movement is stiff. Like I just don't. And then when you, like David, like you said, Age of Calamity or Breath of the Wild or something, is just gameplay is king. It will always be king. It's a game. David, you should play the game. You know what I mean? Like,
yep.
David, you're making the DLC a struggle because I'm trying to wait till November for the second part to come out before I buy it. I know it's a struggle because when you talk about it, I'm like, I want to buy it, but I'm just like, no, don't buy it. Wait for the second one to come out and then go get it and I'll play it.
You should check it out because the first one, it's all about like combat mechanics and stuff, and it's really heavy gameplay heavy.
I love
that.
The
second one's going to be all narrative.
I love his new weapon and I want it so bad.
The Guardian nunchucks?
Yes.
Yep. So I'll be really quick. So the other game that I've been playing a ton of because it's been 115 degrees and I had to be outside with no AC. I've been back on my 3DS playing Triforce Heroes, and it's perfect for right now. Like I can go sit out next to the kiddie pool, play a couple levels on Triforce Heroes, come back to it, when my kids interrupt me or whatever. Like it is the perfect game for this heat wave, and I'm loving it.
Do we need to contact Zelda Dungeon and see if they've done a background check on your favorite Zelda game?
Well, Celeste, what have you been playing with Power?
Like I mentioned earlier, I've been playing a little bit of Happy Home Designer, which is an Animal Crossing offshoot. You design houses and settings for the different characters. It's been out since like 2015 or 2016, and I love the requests that some of the villagers have. I want to live in a garbage dump. All right, well, I will make your dream come true. And yesterday I picked up Twilight Princess HD again. I'm at Snow Peak. I have played Twilight Princess before on the GameCube, but I'm revisiting it on my Wii U whenever I can. I played a little bit of Later Daters. I like the premise of it, but I'm a little disappointed that I have to buy more chapters, and it's not a very long game. But yeah, that's what I've been playing.
All right. Jacob, what have you been playing with Power?
Like I said in the beginning, I've been playing a lot of Metroid, trying to catch up on beating all of the Metroid games before Dread comes out. So I've played and finished Metroid Zero Mission and Metroid Samus Returns, which playing that was really nice because now knowing that Mercury Steam is going to be developing Metroid Dread, I know it is in excellent hands because that game is just absolutely wonderful. I've also been playing, like I said, a lot of Phoenix Wright on stream and Mario Golf. Mario Golf is to no surprise, wonderful and addicting game. I actually at work came up with an idea for a great drinking game for Mario Golf, speed golf. So that's going to be a lot of fun to play with my community. We've been playing Among Us, and when I was on here last, did I talk about my 3DS and like what's happened with that?
No.
Okay, so 5 years ago,
You stopped playing it because the Switch came out.
No, my 3DS account was deleted. I won't go into the reasons as to why, but it was deleted. And I called up Nintendo and was like, oh, I want to get my account back. And they were like, nope, it's been deleted. We can't get it back. And I've done that a couple times throughout the years. Well, Metroid comes out, or Metroid Dread gets announced, and I was like, man, I have all of the Metroid games on the 3DS. I want to play them, but I don't want to pay for them. So I thought I would try calling them up again and kind of explain the situation a little bit better and more clarity to them. And they brought a 5-year-old deleted 3DS account back with 52 different games and $112 in my eShop account.
Whoa.
Yeah, like I've also been playing a lot of the 3DS because I was like, oh yeah, I've got this game and that game and just kind of like dabbling in everything. Yeah, like I had the Ambassador program on it, so that's how I had Metroid Fusion and original Metroid and yeah, like that has blown my mind. So like, if you have an issue with Nintendo customer service, don't give up. Don't be rude. Don't be rude. I wasn't rude. I was very polite, but just be honest with them. Tell them the situation. And I can't think. I was talking to the rep that I was on the phone with. And I was like, you have no idea how happy you have made me. Like if it wasn't for the fact that I have a girlfriend, you've made me the happiest man. But no, yeah, that was super, super great. So yeah, I've been playing, and that you reminded me of it though, David, because I have Triforce Heroes, and if you ever want to play with a co-op partner, I'm down to play with you. So yeah, so that's what I've been up to, and then there was one other. I don't know if I talked about it the last time I was on, but I got really obsessed with Bloodstained Curse of the Moon. That game is also absolutely wonderful. I'm trying to figure out what I want to say about it, but I want to say something about it because I just feel like it needs something to be said about it. It's so good. The way it works is you play the same like 7 or 8 stages over and over again, but it like every time I beat the game, I was like, all right, let's play again. And then like I just kept going through it, kept getting better and better. So yeah, that was my playing with power.
All right.
Nice.
Well, before we go on, David, would you like to plug anything?
Sure. Yeah, I'm sorry. My family's they need me here, so
we have been running excessively.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah, you can find me at David Lasby on Twitter, and you can find my articles at bossrushgames.com and zeldadungeon.net. And I just wanted to say it was a great episode, guys, and I will definitely look forward to hearing the rest of it when it comes out on the recording. So
the next 10 minutes of the episode.
Well, I want to know what you're playing with power. So
thank you, David, for everything.
Stay cool, David. Okay,
Yes.
I'm gonna try. It's still 110 degrees inside my house. So
gosh, gross.
All right, guys. I'll see you later.
Bye, David.
Bye.
All right, Corey, what have you been playing with power?
Well, I've been playing. I started playing a few different things. I'm still playing with the idea of restarting Breath of the Wild. I've been like, as I've been playing around with that idea, I've just been running around Hyrule Field and like going to the different areas and just like running around or whatever. And then I started playing some Mario Golf, and I really like it. I really like Mario Golf. But then I downloaded the Monster Hunter Stories 2 demo. And I was like, I don't really know if I want to get it. At least there's a demo. And like they said, your progress carries over. So if I do decide to get it, you know, I can just continue where I left off. Let me tell you about this little gem. Okay. That I don't think anybody's heard of in Monster Hunter Stories 2. Wings of Ruin. This game, I don't want to make any bold predictions here, but this game has the potential to be my game of the year.
Outside of Outriders?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Let me tell you.
Insane.
I have played about 5 hours of this game, and it is just a delight. The art style is, I love the art style. I love the world design. I love the premise of the story where you're not really a hunter, you're a rider. And you just kind of go around and like collecting the eggs. It's kind of like how did the Rons put it the last time we talked to you? Said it's the game that Pokemon wants to be, which I wouldn't go that far. I think it's a different game, but like finding different eggs and hatching them and seeing like what monsters come out, and like me not knowing anything about Monster Hunter, I'm like, oh, that monster looks like a stupid dumb chicken dinosaur thing. But people say it's really powerful, so I guess I'll put it in the stable or whatever and let it grow or whatever. And it's like, it's just a wonderful, delightful game that like, I don't know. There's about 1 or 2 games every year that like really grab me like this. And like, obviously Breath of the Wild was one. Assassin's Creed Odyssey was one when it came out. Fire Emblem obviously has my heart forever, but like this game has that potential. Now, I don't know if the game changes at all, like, you know, drastically, or if new mechanics are introduced 30 hours in or whatever. But right now, guys, it has the potential to be my game of the year. It is really fun. And it's made me, like, scroll over the Monster Hunter Rise store page on the eShop, like, 6 times in the last 2 days.
Better game.
Yeah, well. You
know.
I don't know about that. I'm glad you really like Monster Hunter Stories. That's definitely it's a great series.
Yeah, I almost went back and was like, should I get the 3D? And I'm like, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not charging the 3DS to play the other game. But that's what I've been playing. Monster Hunter Stories 2 there's a demo, by the way, everybody. I know I kind of said that already, but there's a demo, and your progress carries over to the full game that comes out in 2 weeks. You should just give it a whirl. Just give it a whirl.
All right. So I've been playing Crosscode. Definitely enjoying that, getting further into the game. I know Dan and Grace have been talking about it, and I kind of understand where Dan is talking about, where it's kind of getting like a little bit overwhelming and stuff like that. But it's a game that I had on my system that I need to work on. I picked Legend of Mana up. I do have Monster Hunter Stories 2 demo, but I'm not playing it. And the reason why I'm not playing it because I want to go into the game completely fresh. I've already pre-ordered the game from Best Buy.
But why would you download the demo if you're not going to play it?
You want to know what? I do that sometimes. I would download the demo just to have it on my system. I still have on my Wii U the Bayonetta 2 demo.
I mean, I've got the global test fires for Splatoon 2 on my Switch as apps. I'm just like, 'cause I was a part of it. But like I played them. I played them. I don't know about downloading the demo that I didn't play. That's interesting.
I still have. Well, I downloaded the World Ends With You demo, so I can't wait to play that. I played a little bit more Bloodstain, Ritual of the Night, getting further into that. I'm trying to beat this one boss, and I think I need to get a little bit stronger. And that's pretty much it for right now for Switch. I've already so I spent $164 yesterday on Best Buy because I bought The Great Ace Attorney. I bought Skyward Sword, and I bought one more game that's coming out in July. That I got. Like, I was so happy that I was able to get these games. I think me and Dan ended up like pre-ordering the whole same thing from it. So hold on one second. But yeah, like I am excited for the games that I'm getting. The Great Ace Attorney, Legend of Zelda, Skyward Sword, and The World Is With You. I bought also. So I also so there's more games that's gonna probably be coming that I want to pre-order, but I cannot wait to play those games. Like I said, Monster Hunter Stories 2 I already had on pre-order. I was debating again the digital version over the physical, but talking to Laron, I ended up getting the physical version, so I can't wait for that game. But everybody, that is going to be the show. Thank you, Celeste. Thank you, Jacob. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, David. Thank you, Corey. We're going to quickly get into some plugs. Celeste, go ahead and plug.
You can find me at Fairy Crypt on Twitter. I'm also with Another Zelda podcast, and I also host the 1v1 series. Every now and then, other people from Boss Rush will interview people. So check it out if you want to learn about some creators.
Yes. Jacob, where can we find you?
You can find me everywhere on the internet at Galutrad, Galutrad. Mostly you can find me streaming on Twitch or talking about whatever I feel like talking about on Twitter. I do also have an Instagram, which I'm trying to use more often, and join the Otter Kingdom Discord, where we do social community game nights every Saturday, starting at 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. We've been playing a lot of Mario Kart and Among Us.
Yes. Boss Man, where can we find you?
You can find me at I am Corey HD on Twitter. You can find me at Corey HD on Instagram. I'm also trying to use it more, even though it's, I don't know. It's mostly just pictures of my kids, so it's not whatever. If you like Destiny, I host Tower Casuals, the Destiny podcast. You can head on over there. There's some things we're having a sort of like a few leadership meetings to try to flesh out some things soon. We definitely are going to take a page out of Jacob's book and start doing community game nights for Pow Block and Arsenal X, which is our Xbox show. We might alternate weeks. We're not 100% sure yet. We're also planning to do some giveaways soon, so stay tuned for that. And yeah, join our Discord, join our Facebook group, follow us on Twitter, all that stuff.
Yes. You guys can find me on Twitter at ThatBretcherCode. You go also check out Optional Opinion on SoundCloud and other podcast apps. I'm getting ready to record some episodes for that. You can also check out World War One Podcast at podbean.com. Check out Talk the Walk. We released our second annual Pride Boss Rush panel, so go check that out with LeBron and Grayson joining me. We had a really good discussion about E3, LGBTQ issues, guys and gals that we would like to date, and even somehow we are seeing the LGBTQ plus in games nowadays. So do go check that out. It's a great episode. We really have fun, and once again, thank you, Corey, for allowing us to do that for this month. It really means a lot to me and to the community. With that, everybody, have a great week. Have a great weekend. Be you, be more, be better. Treat everyone with love and respect. I know it's the summertime and it's good to be out and everything, but do be safe and yeah, also check out more shows on Boss Rush Games I've got in Boss Rush Entertainment, like Q-List, Land Party. Check out Crossroads, the PlayStation Podcast. LaRonna Austin and guests do that show. Check out Arsenal X, which Jesse hosted, and other guests on there. With that, everybody, we will see you next time on Nintendo Pow Block. Bye, everybody. Woohoo!